live from the legendary HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. And if cybersports belongs anywhere, it belongs here in this legendary arena. I'm joined by my friend Wookie, who we go way back, and we're both cyber competitors ourselves, and we're really excited to bring this competition to you. Steve, tell me a little bit about yourself.
So yeah, I've been in the field for, we're not going to say years because that makes me feel really, really old, and I don't like to do that. But I've had experience on blue teams, red teams, running events like that, part of the WiCyS, designing different events, both competitions like this, also training military teams, doing some of that as well too, getting our cyber protection teams ready, which great ties here with, like, we've used Hack the Box and a lot of these as well too. You know, they're well known, great things. I've played in them myself, and then I love doing CTS. It's a fun time. Like, I'm gonna break Snacky tomorrow. Anybody that knows what Snacky is, if you know, you know. And so you'll find me there. So yeah.
Excellent. I have a very similar background, you know, though I'm currently the CEO of my own cybersecurity research company with a couple of patents under my belt. I've spent 10,000 hours plus training students. I've built training content. I've participated in CTFs. I've done WiCyS things similar to you. And so, you know, I think
we might have done that too.
In fact, we may very well have. So, you know, I think we're both big believers in this hands-on style of, you know, practical education, yes, but, you know, when you add the competition aspect, you know, that urgency, it gives you an urgency that you don't experience anywhere other than, you know, real world otherwise.
Yeah, because real world, you'll get these, you have to act fast. A lot of other like academic style things, you do lose that because you have the time. But one thing I'll say I love about CTFs, competition, anything is, and I'll put this out there, anyone watching, never be afraid to fail. Get out there, do it, do what you need to do. Little acronym I'll throw out there, FAIL actually stands for first attempt in learning. So get out there, don't be afraid to do that, learn. Everybody was new at some point. You're going to learn something new every single time.
Yeah, you're right. My buddy Josh Mason runs the Noob Village, which is new this year at DEF CON, which is worth mentioning. We are here at summer camp, and just like this, the US CyberCon, this is our first year of doing US CyberCon, first year of Noob Village, and the idea here is that one of the things that Josh likes to say is everybody's a noob at something, and it's one of the things that early on when I was attending DEF CON, you know, I was an expert in my field or working on it, and you'd go into a talk and you're just like, oh my goodness, I know nothing about this field whatsoever. And in what was it, DEF CON 26-ish, they had the kids track.
Oh yeah.
And embarrassingly, I enjoyed that tremendously because there were numerous topics where I was essentially a child in terms of experience. And what the US CyberCon, the US Cyber Games, these types of competition give you the opportunity to do is find out the areas where you may or may not know if you're a child in terms of experience. And then you get to come to summer camp. You get to participate in learning at DEF CON. You get to compete here at US CyberCon. And you have the opportunity to grow and fail fast.
And honestly, I'll say one of my favorite things too is the acceptance. If you talk to the true people here, there are people that will gatekeep, but I'll say luckily a lot of people, especially the people here, some of the sponsors, you know, with Roman and them there too, is they want to teach. You can talk to them and they will talk about this all day. They love to share that knowledge. You love to get into this too. So I think that's one of the greatest things there is just to have a conversation about it, even beyond the competition itself. Those conversations just trigger learning and might set you on a new path of where do I want to go? How do I want to learn? What could be my next area to try to learn?
I could not agree more. The passion that you mentioned, you know, you get to see it in others. I always come out of DEF CON slightly sleep deprived, but energized because I learned something new, a new idea sparked, maybe a new connection made. And so again, now with this US CyberCon becoming a part of the, you know, hacker summer camp tradition, it's a yet another opportunity to approach cybersecurity from a different angle, like a slightly oblique one perhaps, but, you know, gives you a chance to do some things you might not otherwise do. You'll face challenges that you, if it's outside your sphere of expertise, you might never have taken on.
Yeah, that exposure to, and just seeing that too, and I think actually their timing of it today, in between like the wrap up of Black Hat, have this today, get people, bring stuff in before DEF CON truly kicks off tomorrow. That's just a great thing. It's like, it's a great bridge as it brings itself into this larger ecosphere of summer camp and doing that kind of stuff. I think that's a great timing on their part for this.
Excellent. So what we're going to do now is we're going to kick it down to the main stage here at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas, and turn it over to Jessica Gullick and Brad Wolfendon, and let them kick off the main event on the main stage.
Mic's on. Good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome to US CyberCon 2026. My name is Brad Wolfendon. I'm the Director of Cyber Sports here at CatSci Play Cyber, and it is a pleasure to have you all here with us in Las Vegas. We have a ton of fun programming scheduled for you today, but before I get too far into that, I'd like to introduce my boss, the Commissioner and CEO of CatSci Play Cyber, Ms. Jessica Gullick.
Thank you, Brad. Welcome, everybody. We are excited to be here at Hacker Summer Camp, and we are at the beautiful HyperX Arena in the Luxor. If you are around Black Hat or DEF CON this week, join us today up until 5 o'clock. We'd love to have you. We have a great setup for today, but why are we here? We're here so that we can introduce the US Cyber Games program and the US Cyber Team concept to the Hacker Summer Camp folks. We are looking for coaches, we are looking for trainers, we are looking for mentors, and of course, we are looking for top talent cyber athletes to join the national US Cyber Team. So if you are around Vegas area, come see us at the HyperX Arena today. If not, check us out at uscybergames.com. We would love to hear about how you can engage with this program. And last but not least, let me start with some grace of thank you very much to our sponsors and to all the individuals who helped to make today possible. I want to do a huge shout out to Hack the Box, who brought the CTF Showdown and the SOC Showdown. We're super excited to have that today. We also have Team Simru. Thank you very much for your sponsorship. Coming in today, you guys will hear some more from our sponsors a little later as well. And then, of course, we have our Skillbit team out here doing the attack and defense charity battle. So super excited there. And then we also have our charities. Listen, we put together this first year event for the US CyberCon to provide an opportunity for nonprofits in and around the cybersecurity community to really have a place where they can call home during Hacker Summer Camp. This gives them an opportunity to support their outreach efforts, their promotional efforts, to get sponsors and members to their organization. And you will see that we have quite a few over here. We have, of course, Gold Star Gamers. You'll hear more about these organizations later today. We have WiCyS. We have National Cyber Security Alliance. We have Cyber Kids, Savvy Cyber Kids. We have Wicked Six, and I'm losing count here.
Women in Cybersecurity. Women in
Cybersecurity as well. I can't believe I forgot that one, Brad. So please, this is a great opportunity. And if you are visiting us here today or you are listening online, we have the opportunity for you to give. There is a donation link that you are encouraged to give for the prize pot today. And we'll talk about how that gets distributed a little later as we go on with the program. But it is at donorbox.org/US-CyberCon. Visit that, and hopefully you can donate. As little as $10 goes a long way to try to help some of these communities.
So this isn't our first time in this venue. Some of you may recognize the HyperX and US Cyber Games combo from years past. We've done this charity battle concept a couple of times, as Jess mentioned, really bringing together the nonprofit organizations that run in parallel to a lot of the pillars that support the US Cyber Games program. And this year we've kind of leveled up this event a little bit and bringing it back to Black Hat, DEF CON, and taking advantage of all of the brilliant minds that are here in Las Vegas for this week. So as we get into today's show, we have our fireside chats. We'll have interviews with the charities, the beneficiaries. We'll have a lot of featured speakers coming through. But just kind of give you a little bit of background on this charity battle. This is our fourth time in the venue.
It is. I think we started it really with WiCyS back in 2019 when we brought in a whole bunch of like universities and such to look at, how do we bring cyber CTFs into cyber sports.
And since then, the U.S. Cyber Games program has really grown. We've just launched our 6th season. This has become one of our big fundraising events of the year. So every dollar that's raised today is going to go to one of the charities represented in the attack and defense competition or to the U.S. Cyber Games to support our mission, our athletes, and their success as we travel internationally. As we move forward today, we have another special somebody that I would like to invite up onto the stage. A gentleman actually that I met at the first cyber competition that I ever supported back in San Diego, my hometown, the SoCal Cyber Cup. This gentleman, Rick McElroy. I'd like to invite Rick to the stage.
Buddy,
Hey, Rick.
I'm not a professional MC, but I sometimes play one at events.
So Rick and I were out in San Diego at the SoCal Cyber Cup. This was 2018-ish,
Yeah, probably.
back in the day. Bunch of middle schools and high schools battling it out on a platform called Project Ares.
Right.
And I think you were with Carbon Black at the time.
I was. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
VMware? I guess it was VMware.
And then VMware and then Broadcom and now Symantec.
So tell the crowd a little bit about who you are.
Yeah, Rick McElroy. Again, I'm not a professional MC, but I really like doing events like this. So it was my pleasure, my honor when you guys asked me to, spend the day with everybody here, sort of being the ambassador of cyber, right? We'll take you through, points, how those are collected, how teams win, all of the challenges, all of that good stuff. But I've been doing cyber for the last 28 years. And I think the way I'll sum it up is this. We had a dream 28 years ago that we would do CTFs like this one day. And a lot of hard work and a lot of innovation went into building these platforms. So I'm super excited to have Skillbit here today, Hack in the Box, all of the folks that helped this engine and make this run. And then I certainly wanted to thank all of the participants. You could be over at DEF CON right now or at a pool, but instead you're here contributing back to cyber. So thank you all for what you do. Thank you all for jumping in the game because we need a bigger army. So one of my jobs is to always make sure I'm recruiting on behalf of cyber. And people understand that this has a sense of urgency to it. We need a whole lot more people to help, a whole lot more smart people. So thank you for participating today, and I'm just excited to be here, and looking forward to speaking on the stage today.
And recruiting more people into the field is why we're here, and that's a big goal of the U.S. Cyber Games program as we look to bring cybersecurity competitions to a much wider audience. And leveraging platforms like Skillbit, like Hack the Box, and the many others that support our initiatives allow us to then kind of show you what a day in the life of a cyber professional might look like and the different types of work roles and pathways into the field and kind of make it a little bit more tangible into why this matters into your day-to-day life. And so we hope that we'll be able to accomplish that today. We'll bounce between the main stage programming and the live stream feed as well. So when we have folks up in the live stream booth, they'll be kind of breaking down the play-by-play. Very much esports, cybersecurity competitions meets your traditional athletics is what we're all about here. And so as we kind of continue that fusion, you'll hear the plays being called, the attack paths being described, the tools being used, the strategies, etc., across all the different competitions that are here. And then, of course, we'll have some featured speakers up here on the stage with Rick so they can kind of share a little bit about their stories, who they are, what they do, and why they're here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So with that, a little bit of background on what the day is going to look like. For those of you that aren't here in person on the ground floor at the HyperX Arena, we have the Attack and Defense Charity Battle. These are teams of up to 6. Each of these teams will be representing a nonprofit that they've selected, and the winning teams will get to write a little check to the nonprofit that they're representing in today's competition as a donation. We also have the CTF Showdown running behind me on the stage. That'll be battles, very quick sprints, CTF challenges delivered by Hack the Box. And then another event going upstairs, the SOC Showdown. So you'll get to hear a little bit more about all of that. But before I keep chatting your ear off, I think I'm gonna hand things over to Rick and to Roman to join us on stage. And they're gonna give you a little bit more insights into what the charity battle is gonna look like.
Our first hot seat of the day. Team Skillbit.
And here he comes.
All right. Oh, and I get to sit down. This is a nice portion of my
Yeah,
day.
you guys get to sit.
How you doing, man? Good to see you again. Whew, a lot of work went into building this. I mean, first off, let's recognize this arena. This is pretty amazing. I'm blown away. There's a hype tunnel. If you haven't been through it yet, I highly suggest you play some music and walk through there. It's a great way to start the day. But let's talk a little bit about Skillbit's involvement in the US Cyber Games, CTFs in general. And yeah, so walk me through sort of the journey at Skillbit, right?
Yeah, so we've been working with the US Cyber team for over 6 years now. I think maybe even in the first season, so some of our co-founders were actually on the first season's team that represented the country. We ran the Jeopardy-style competition for the International Cybersecurity Challenge that the US Cyber team participated in back in San Diego in 2023, and just this year in Australia. But we're really excited to be helping the US Cyber team, practice, prepare for the competition, train their team, select their team, and we're, excited to partner with them today for this attack and defense competition.
All right, so for new folks who haven't been part of this competition, maybe they don't know what a capture the flag is, all right? So we'll unpeel some of these acronyms that we talk about. What's actually happening out here?
Yeah, so there's two main types of capture the flag competitions that you often hear about. The most famous one is called Jeopardy style, but the one that we're doing today is called attack and defense. In a Jeopardy style competition, you might have, if you participate in a CF before, you're usually presented with a list of challenges that cover a wide range of topics, difficulties, and you solve those challenges to get points on the scoreboard. Attack and defense style competitions work a little bit differently. Each team is given a set of identical services that they're trying to protect in real time. They're given access to the source code. In some competitions they don't, but in ours they'll have access to the source code. They'll be able to patch those challenges. They'll be able to deploy the patches, and they'll be able to attack other teams and to exploit the same vulnerabilities that they found in their own machines. And so the idea that is that you analyze those services, find vulnerabilities, patch them, exploit them, and you automate a lot of this because the scoring engine will keep putting new flags on the services every few minutes. And so you have to keep demonstrating that you still have the exploit accessible to you and keep proving that you're able to attack those teams. And so there's 3 scores. There's your attack score, where you earn points by stealing flags from other teams. There's the defense score, where you lose points if other teams steal your flag. And then there's the uptime or SLA score, where you gain points just for keeping your services up. And this incentivizes this decentivizes teams from just taking down their services, making them secure by shutting them down.
Yeah, which is, so I think Brad talked earlier about like the real world implications of these things. Uptime is key inside of organizations. Everything goes to uptime. So if you're not supporting uptime as a security professional, you probably should. Now, let's talk a little bit about the rules today. So I know for me, I thought this was pretty intriguing. AI is banned on the floor. Yeah, can we talk about that?
Yeah, so we didn't entirely ban AI. So teams are allowed to use some AI. They're allowed to use ChatGPT. They're allowed to use online tools, as long as they're not using agentic AI. We have all the screens, recorded and monitored. They're allowed to use anything chat-based, just not something that will kind of do everything for them.
And then just throughout the day, right? So we want to explain how things are scored. I think you did a good job walking through that. But we lock those scores 30 minutes before the competition's over. Why do we do that?
Just to build some suspense. Usually in some competitions, it's not fun when you know who the winners are. Right when they're about to walk up on the stage, you want to have some suspense. And that's why we usually hide the scoreboard.
Have we gleaned any insights from the attack defensive side of the house? So I know there's some weighted criteria that goes into the scoring engine too. But is it pretty typical you see teams totally go on the attack first, totally go on the defense first, or does it vary because there's such a wide variance of humans that participate in the competition?
It really varies, and it really depends on the scoring formula, because even if you barely change the weights of some of those kind of formulas, it does change the strategy. And so some teams might really prioritize attack. In other competitions, they might prioritize defense. And it really becomes like a math, almost like a math challenge to figure out how to optimize the number of points that you're going to get in the rules. So I think in this competition, we try to balance it. So you have to keep your services up, have to keep attacking, and you have to keep defending. But we'll see how it plays out.
All right. And then I know, I've been around the industry a while. One of my number one questions I get asked, Should I get certification? Should I go to university? Should I get hands-on? What does something and participating in, an activity and games like this give you that certifications don't?
A lot of certifications don't give you kind of the hands-on exposure that you might that you need in a job, and so participating in competitions, attending events, doing anything hands-on kind of gives you that practical experience. And we surveyed a handful of companies, and we've learned that a lot of them are actually willing to take kind of competition experience, lab experience over. A lot of people who are entering this field don't have the experience, kind of job experience to be able to get a job.
Yeah.
And we surveyed them, and they said that a lot of them are willing to actually accept lab experience in lieu of that job experience.
I agree with that. I mean, I've certainly, as a CISO and a hiring manager, I encourage people to have home labs or, participate in CTFs and bring that into the workforce. Random question, how many miles do you think you've walked this week already?
Let's see, how many steps are in a mile?
12,000, is that
12,000?
right? Something like that. It depends on how tall you are.
I think it's fewer than 12,000.
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
But I think I average, like when I have Black Hat, I think I'm 11,000, 12,000
Okay.
a day, something like that.
I mean, I was going to say 4 miles, but I feel like it's been more.
So it is true to say that in cyber, we do get physical activity.
We do.
We do.
Only in the summer.
I know
in
my
Las
feet
Vegas.
and back hurt enough. So, well, listen, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much for all that you guys did to facilitate the challenge. I know that it's an immense amount of work that no one gets to see. So again, we want to make sure that folks like Skillbit, we understand what they're doing, and for organizations out there, right? Is this something that you help facilitate inside of organizations as well?
Yeah, so we started by running custom cybersecurity competitions for companies, universities, organizations, conferences, Jeopardy-style attack and defense, any kind of cybersecurity competition. I think at this point we organized over 650 CTFs or something. But we also have an on-demand learning platform where we've taken a lot of the content we've developed over the years. We have learning modules, we have hands-on labs, virtual machines that map to different frameworks that people can use to learn.
Awesome. I love that. So if you're looking at other options for training, those types of things, and you're inside of an organization, definitely reach out to the folks at Skillbit. I'm excited to see the results today. So I know we want to get to some challenges. We've got the charity attack path coming up, here at the top of the hour, a few other things. But lastly, any advice for the participants today?
Read the rules. Make sure you have WireGuard installed before the competition begins, because I don't see WireGuard installed in a lot of these devices. Make sure you have, an Ubuntu machine or some kind of Linux terminal available. Nicola, have we made the WireGuard configs available? Yeah, so if you go to the platform, this is for all the teams who are competing, go to the platform, go to the problems page, and download your WireGuard configs. There's also Mattermost server credentials that you can access for communications with us. But make sure you read the rules. It's the most important thing.
Awesome. Well, thanks for spending some time with us. We appreciate it, and you'll be around all day, right? Very cool. I think you guys are over here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be over there. We have some swag. We have some free vouchers to our platform available right there. If you have any questions, if you want to talk about cybersecurity competitions,
Awesome.
anything, I'd love to.
We appreciate you. Thank you for your time, talent, and wisdom today.
Thank you.
Hey, just real quick, can I see the team captain's hands just so I know? Just so I know who folks are. There's one. Okay, cool, because I might pick on you and ask you some random questions if that's okay. Is that okay? All right, awesome. Because I do like to definitely sprinkle into the audience, like what's actually happening today, what are we doing, what's our tactics and strategies that we're choosing, all of those things. So I appreciate it. I won't interrupt, during the challenge because I know everybody's busy and all of those things. But yeah, thank you guys for captaining the teams. That can't be easy. And I heard the Running Rebels are here, is that right? I heard UNLV's got a team. Yep. University of South Florida, I think I heard as well. Over here? Okay, cool. I'm staying on top of my job and I know things. And I believe UNLV is playing for WiCyS today, which is an amazing organization. I do all kinds of stuff to help WiCyS, but what a great organization. Very, very amazing to see all the things that they've done. The Gold Star Gamers are here. This is super near and dear to my heart as a United States Marine and a veteran, and I come from a family of veterans. So to the Gold Star Gamers, thank you for what you're doing. and that cause. I think that's very meaningful. University of Florida is playing for WiCyS. I think I pronounced that correctly, right? Bringing folks out of Puerto Rico into cyber, providing opportunities for them, making sure that cyber is everywhere that humans are, and that we're recruiting, we're training, and we're doing all of the things that we need to bring new folks into cyber. And the University of South Florida is playing for the U.S. Cyber Games today, which is pretty awesome because, it takes a little bit of money to put these teams together to send them all over the world. And I believe I heard, as we were talking about, the U.S. women's team took number 2 in the world, right? Yeah, that's a real thing. Congratulations to that team. That's amazing. And I believe it was like our first top 3. Yeah, it's so amazing. And that was in Ireland, if I remember right? Yeah, awesome. I think we're coming up to noon here in a little bit, which will kick off our charity battle, right? So we kind of changed the format a little bit. We're gonna have 5 individuals, 1 individual from each team, to come up to go through a really cool challenge. So this challenge is a little different, right? This challenge is a little bit more pressure. You're kind of on the clock. New challenges are dropping every 15 minutes. So you have to figure out, do you continue to work on the same challenge? As a new challenge comes in, do you pivot to that new one? How long do you spend on any singular one of those to get it done? But these are the types of things I'll come around to the team captains to talk about, those techniques, tactics, and procedures as we go through that. Is this show of hands? First Black Hat, first DEF CON? Anyone? I heard a whistle somewhere. Hey, well, welcome. I think we're pretty friendly. Yeah, we're a good group. So everybody's been to a DEF CON before? Awesome. So comfortable shoes, hydration, we know all of the things. Okay, cool. All right, I think next up, we're gonna bring Hack in the Box up on stage. Panos, you wanna join me for a conversation? Oh, all right. Meantime, while he's coming up.
Nice to see you guys.
Get through it.
Let's
All right.
discuss through.
So let's talk about, we had a little bit of a change today to the format
Yes.
of the competition. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, of course. So the plan initially was to be 3 teams of 3 battling it against each other, but now we're switching to an individual event. So it's going to be 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus infinity. So we're going to have 2 different semifinals. The top 2 from each semifinal will progress to the final. So the final will be 4 people playing individually, 1v1, v1, v1.
And they'll be up here on the main stage, right?
Yes, there will be. Probably we're going to have to make a change to get some space between them, so there's no sitting and picking.
And the CTF Showdown works a little bit different, right? So let's talk about that. Like, my understanding is that every 15 minutes, kind of a new challenge drops during the period, right?
Yes, we have 3 waves of challenges, so every round is going to be 9 challenges. When the players join, they will only be able to see the first 3. 15 minutes into the competition, 3 more drop, and 30 minutes into the competition, 3 more drop. I try to make it in a way so the easiest challenges drop the latest,
Okay.
so the people have the time to solve them,
Yeah.
and we will see how it goes.
And what's the rationale behind you're on the clock and you're under pressure?
I don't know. I mean, I try to pick easy challenges, not because I don't trust the players, but even speaking with you now can be stressful, you know. We have all given an interview for us, and they ask you questions. I mean, a technical interview if you want to become a pen tester, and they give you the easiest challenge there is. But just because you think people are watching you,
Yeah.
you cannot write your name at the end of the day, right?
And I think it's really close to mimicking the real world, at least in my experience. There's been no time in information security, cybersecurity, that I've not been on the clock. Now, whether that's a cyber criminal doing something, whether my boss is asking me a question, you got to get up and do some presentation in 10 minutes about some bad thing in the organization, or whether you're an actual professional red teamer and you're being paid, you don't get unlimited time, right?
Yes,
so it's
that's
pretty
true.
typical. Like for our pen testing efforts, there's a time window, and you only have so many hours.
Yes,
to
it's
throw
like
into
when
that,
you're
right?
playing a CTF from your home, it's very similar to when you have practice in basketball, right?
Yeah.
Most of the basketball players in practice can hit like 9 out of 10 3-pointers, but when the game time comes,
Yes.
like the best shooters have like 40%.
Yeah, I personally, I do my best work on the clock, so I hope, the competitors feel the same way too. Let's talk a little bit about Hack in the Box. I just a pleasant observer who likes nice things in cybersecurity. Wow, that's been a crazy story. Wow, what a journey.
Yeah.
But talk a little bit about where you started and where things are now.
So Hack the Box was founded 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah.
It started as a side project by a Greek guy. Actually, a funny story is that I was one of the very first profiles because it was the friend of a friend of a friend that created it. But when I created my account, this account with a very low ID,
Yeah.
I used a throwaway mail because I said like, okay, this site is not going to be around in 3 months from now. I'm not going to give my real mail, right?
Yeah.
And I'm working 5 years there now. But I don't have access to my initial account, right? So yes, it started as a gamified hacking platform. It was a lot different back then in a way you had to hack your way through. This is one of the best memories from the place, right? You go to the website and there is no login page. You have to view the source code of the page, discover a challenge, solve the challenge, and then you get the chance to join the site. But this changed now, because now Hack the Box has grown into something much bigger, right? We still have the gamified platform, but we have the academy now and the certifications.
Yep.
So anybody can join, and even if they have never used the Linux before, or they haven't done anything, they can join our academy and start from the very basics. And we have certification that gets you into very weird territory with AI, very advanced web stuff that
Yeah.
ever since I stopped being a pen tester, I see the curriculum and it confuses me. So it starts from the very beginning and it gets very close to the top, I think.
Yeah, and a little bit of inspiration for some of the new folks in cyber. There are a lot of products and companies that started as a side project with a couple of friends who decided, hey, hey, it'd be cool to have, and then they actually stick with it. They bring some innovation. They enroll other people in that project, and here we are. You're still with the company.
Yeah, and I think nobody believes it when they begin, right?
Yeah.
They start because they like it, and also the reason that we are where we are right now, it's because at the beginning the community was very welcome of this project, and they helped us. So
Yes,
they
we
helped
were,
with
yeah.
figuring out bugs in the site. They were submitting challenges. They were submitting stuff. So that's why right now I work for the community team, and this is why Hack the Box forever will be working for the community, because it started as a community project, and even how much we have grown, we will always be a platform for everyone.
Yeah, and I believe you guys have kept that at the heart of your mission, which other people lose along the way. I mean, it happens when you have a big business that's growing, and so I appreciate that you're still the same people that started, because we are all big fans as a community. We wanted to participate. I know I've personally participated in some of the challenges, and I've hired folks that have been through, a lot of the courses that you guys do, which is awesome. But I want to talk about where we are in space and time a little bit. So, AI, it's everywhere all at once. Obviously, it's impacting all of our lives. I would imagine that has an impact to running something like a CTF Showdown.
Yes.
So I know it's easy to say, like, we ban things, and then, but talk a little bit about the way, like, sure, it's banned, but how are you verifying, that people aren't, I'll call it cheating, although in an offensive challenge, I hesitate to use the term cheating because...
It depends. So for this event right now, it's the easiest it has been, because we will be able to see the screens of the players. If they somehow have figured out a super incognito way to do it without showing on the screen, congratulations.
Yeah.
Cheating is part of hacking also. But in general, I think it changed how CTFs work a lot, because later we will talk also with someone from our team who creates challenges, but we create challenges in a way that if somebody researches the web, they can find a way to solve the challenge in a matter of time. It would be 1 hour, it would be 3 months. At some point they will find it, but AI, it's much quicker. They have already scanned the whole World Wide Web, if you're talking about AI. So
Yeah.
I don't think AI solving CTF challenges is the same as a real work application, because, for example, let's say you have a forensic challenge. If it is a CTF, you upload all your logs in Claude. So if you are a company and somebody hires you, I don't think they will appreciate uploading all their personal stuff
No,
on an AI server, I
absolutely
would
not.
guess.
So for the audience members that are here, obviously a little bit different of a challenge, right? How are we scoring this, and what should the audience pay attention to like, how do we know who's winning?
There is a scoreboard. I think we can show the scoreboard from time to time. So the simple answer is the team that has solved the most, not the team anymore, it used to be the team, the person that
Sure.
has solved the most challenges will be the winner of the round.
And is anything weighted, like, more importantly than others, to say, like, is maintaining uptime weighted higher than actually, pwning something?
Uptime we don't consider uptime, but every challenge gives a certain amount of points, and the more people that they solve the challenge, these points drop. So a challenge with only one solve will weight more than a challenge that everybody has solved.
And what if I'm the first person to solve it?
It doesn't change.
Got it.
For this event, it doesn't
but
change. You get
but I
awarded
like
the
that,
first
I like
blood
that
and the prize.
mechanism of let's do some analysis. Look, if it's too easy, cool, we'll drop the points on it. Like, I actually think that's a very reasonable way to handle that kind of scoring.
Yes, because at the end of the day, we can choose as the creators what challenge is the easiest, but it has to be verified by actual players. And a lot of times, there have been incidents where we had a big CTF and we had this very complex challenge. And once the CTF starts, we realize that we forgot the URL /flag.txt. So everybody solved it in 1 second. So we had this challenge listed as hard, but everybody solved it.
Yeah. Are you getting stopped for selfies at conferences yet?
No, I don't think so, because I don't show my face, but other people from Hack the Box, like our
Yeah.
social media
They get mobbed.
people, they get mobbed, yes.
Yeah. I was wondering if you just put a jersey on, like, if that happens for the team.
Yes, there are people like Irene who's doing our social was getting put a lot every conference. There were people that were coming up to her and say, "We are fans of you," and she was like, "Do I have fans, really?"
Yeah.
You know, like.
Yeah. Do you have any advice for folks in the room that are like, one day I would like to be on a stage talking about cyber, and encouraging other people? Like, do you have any advice for the students in the room?
I don't know. I never expected it for myself.
Me neither, by the way.
I think keep doing what you're doing, what you love, and when an opportunity comes, take it, because it's easy to say when you have your first job offer, you take it, right? But when I had to move from being a pen tester to doing community for Hack the Box, it's like a strange role, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the safest path for me to take was keep being a pen tester forever and have a stable job and not too many challenges, right? Because even here, talking in the States, it's something that I do for the very first time of my life, and I keep doing stuff for the very first time every a couple of months or so. So if you have dreams, keep taking chances. You will go through failure, you will go through many different things.
Lots of failures. I'll raise my hand to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I failed probably, I don't know, maybe equally with my successes, but
Yeah, it's all part of the problem.
it's all part of the process.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, kind of no one cares. Like, your friends will know, and they'll maybe make fun of you like my friends, but otherwise, like, no
It's
one.
like I think it's overused, but it's this quote from Michael Jordan, I think, about you miss all the shots that you don't take.
Yep.
So yes, if you take the buzzer beater shot at the end of the basketball game, maybe you are the player that lost it in the game, but maybe you're the
But
one
you
that
took the
won.
shot.
Yeah.
I'm a big one for, like, again, I like what you said there, which is opportunities will present themselves. Kick the door in, take the opportunity. If it's something that makes you uncomfortable, it's probably a good
Big
growth
opportunities are scary.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
imagine like somebody comes and hey, do you want to be the leader of the team from like Google? You say like, who, me?
Yeah.
Because everybody has imposter syndrome at the end, right?
Yeah,
I think every
they do.
single one thinks they are somehow a fraud. Even me talking, right? Even me. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah,
something-
it still
someone
comes up for
important,
me.
but
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
here talking and I think like why I am the one talking, but everybody believes that they are a fraud until they make it and they say, okay, I'm pretty okay.
Yeah, and you're with us all day?
Excuse
So
me.
if folks want to ask you questions, you're around all day?
Yeah,
or-
of course. I will be here until 5 or 6.
And are you here through Hacker Summer Camp, through the completion, through Sunday, or are you
No,
taking off?
I'm going to be in DEF CON tomorrow.
Yeah.
The whole Hack the Box team. So if you are also visiting DEF CON, be sure to visit our exhibitor booth and we will
Definitely.
talk all you want.
Definitely. One other thing too is the back end of building these challenges, right? Can you just talk a little bit about that? Because not uncomplicated. I mean, again, it's not the most complicated thing, but like, are you? Do you utilize, like, you just drop in servers? Is it a cloud? Like, what does the back end infrastructure to do something like the CTF Showdown look like?
I think it's better to have this conversation later with a person from the content team because I have not created any challenges.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Got it. All right, that's fair enough. I'm going to take a guess and say it's in EC2 somewhere, because most things are.
We have a process. I mean,
Yeah, awesome. Well, we appreciate you spending some time today. We're about 5 out from kicking the challenge off, right? So I think that'll give participants a chance to get on the stage. And then, look to the scoreboards for scores. And the other thing I wanted to say before Panos gets off the stage, right? So big opportunity to not only participate, we're always looking for mentors, we're always looking for coaches, we're looking for people to help. And all of these charities represented today, they need help. It might not be financial, it might be time, it might be support, it might be by volunteering to get on a stage and help them and evangelize. So I encourage everyone in the room to participate. And these are very amazing charities that I know are out there impacting cyber, but more importantly, impacting individual lives. I've just seen a lot of the outputs from these groups, and it's pretty amazing, and people do it for free. They're nonprofits. Again, usually a side project that turns into a nonprofit that then creates a momentum, and the next thing you know, you have one of the fastest growing groups inside of cyber, like WiCyS, which has just been amazing to see their growth and all of the things that they do to provide leadership, mentoring, coaching, all of those things.
and I want to also take this opportunity to say any of these charity organizations, if they want help organizing something for their base, feel free to contact us at community@hackthebox.com. We are very proud to support all these different initiatives. We're creating new products to support communities because
amazing.
this is what we keep wanting to support and do.
Yeah, again, I think that you guys hold your mission like very central to what you're doing. I think everybody in the company understands that and moves in that direction, and that's amazing. So just to recap that, if you are a nonprofit and you need some supports with CTFs or anything, reach out to the Hack in the Box team. I can tell you from my experience working with them, being on calls, it's an amazing group of people, some of the smartest people that are out there. So again, I thank you for your time, talent, and wisdom today. And I'm excited to see this CTF Showdown because I like things on the clock. It's a little more exciting. Yeah, so we're going to kick that off in about 3 minutes.
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, Panos.
Good.
It's good, dude.
Thank you.
Welcome back to US CyberCon, coming to you live from the HyperX Arena at
Luxor.
At the Luxor in Las Vegas. Yeah, absolutely. It's really the place for cyber competition. So what Wookie and I are going to do right now is kind of cue you up for what it looks like to be a competitor in these types of competitions. And so they've been kind enough to provide us with some background on the people who are competing. For you, how did you get into these competitions?
So I kind of got into it, just the joy and like the curiosity for it. So prior to it, military, doing some of that kind of stuff, was exposed to some of the training, and it just triggered and it kicked it for me. So it was one of those things where like, as soon as you got exposed, I'm like, I need more, feed me this. So I wanted to start doing these things and start pushing myself. So that's what like, oh, CTF, this is a new thing. I don't know how to do it. What can I do? I'm going to fail, but I'm going to have a good time, a smile on my face, get out here, do this, and just keep pushing it that way. Just keep learning. And there's so many out there that you can learn, do, and in this field, there's always a new problem out there. So there's always the advantage that you can learn something new every single day. So if you have that hunger and that passion, you can just get out there and just talk to the people, and we're here to help.
Yeah, I agree completely. For me, I came to cybersecurity, I think, in the most natural way that you can. I started as a nuclear chemist, and so you can see how those dovetail together nicely. But the United States Navy, and its wisdom, gave me the opportunity to move into cybersecurity, and it was like coming home.
Same with me. Like, they did the same thing. I was on subs too. We could kind of have that in common as well too. So.
And so for me, I felt like I was playing catch up. I didn't start out as doing that when I started my career. And so for me, the competition opportunity was, I knew I needed to put in nights and weekends if I was going to close the gap for some of my contemporaries. And so, you kind of don't know what you don't know. And so the competitions gave me, somebody who did know what I didn't know, gave me the opportunity to learn.
I'll
sometimes
say the key,
viscerally.
The key thing out there too is don't be afraid to ask and find a mentor. And it isn't, when you look for a mentor, one thing I will say is don't look for somebody that might know everything. Know somebody that's willing to talk and introduce you to people. That's going to be the key thing, is making those connections, because none of us are going to know everything. It's too broad of a thing. So a good mentor is one that can introduce you and lead you down the path, not necessarily do it for you. So keep that in mind if you're ever looking for a mentor.
Yeah, you're kind of learning together that way, which is
exactly
great. All right, so let's talk first. So first team I want to talk about is the University of South Florida. They have a group called the Cyber Herd, or sometimes the Cyber Herdlings, depending on who you talk to. And so our first player, they go by player handles. Your handle is Wookie.
Yep.
Mine at various times was DDoS, because I broke stuff a lot, and we call that a learning opportunity. Sometimes those are forced upon you.
Intentional, unintentional.
There's a quote about greatness being thrust upon you. I learned a lot while I was fixing stuff that I broke, and so The handle for the first person I want to talk about is Nerfed Octane. An interesting fact about them is that they spend way too much time on Magic the Gathering cards, and I can respect that.
See, I try to get into the One Piece card game, and so it's kind of very similar. So I see some of those things too, so I could see how that's a slippery slope.
Exactly right. They do attend the University of South Florida. Their specialty is crypto, web, and open source intelligence. They have 2 years in competition. They have a pregame ritual, and when we're in Las Vegas, it involves roulette.
Okay. I'm like, wait, hold on, where are we going down here?
And their hidden talent or fun hobby is attending EDM concert.
Ooh.
So another thing that we should know about them is that they love to play chess, and they want to shout out to Marin GG.
Okay. So next one I'm going to do after these shout outs, Marin GG, I wonder.
I don't know.
Trying to remember. Yeah.
No.
But next one I'm going to do is a member from the Women in Cybersports, UNLV, is Mwahaha. So a player here that was born in the Philippines is now on one of these teams competing, which is great. Love seeing it build out there too. They attend UNLV with cyber science or computer science, is their focus. And one thing I love about this too is their experience level. They are a beginner. We all start there. So I love seeing beginners in these things, willing to take that step, get out there, keep pushing on that. Their pregame, blast music. I'm the same way. I got my cans, I'm ready to go get in that mindset.
Absolutely.
We all have it, I'm a metalhead, so, shout out to like Gender. No, okay. If they ever want to bring me along, hi guys. But yeah, doing that. Interesting fact is crochet. So they're a big crocheter, It's great to see that kind of stuff, using your hands, doing that kind of stuff. And their shout out, which again, I love seeing this as we just talked about it, is to their mentor, Steph. So Steph, what's up from Waha?
That's fantastic. I think I mentioned that I've got over 10,000 hours instructing. And while you're not supposed to have favorite students, just like you're not supposed to have favorite children, I think we all know the truth about that. One of my favorite students that I ever taught was also into crochet. And I will tell you that while you're instructing, when you see somebody in the back, crocheting up, and she was actually doing the Doctor Who scarf and doing the true, whatever it is, 28 or 29 feet in all the colors, and managed to complete it in my 2-week class that I taught. I was very impressed by it.
Was your instruction that bad?
I don't know. It remains to be. She did pass the test, so we're counting it as a success.
Well, so here's the thing with crocheters too. You have to be careful with them because they are willing to stab something over and over and over again. So you really got to make sure you stay on their good side. They have the patience.
She passed on her own accomplishments. All right, so the next person that we have to talk about is Malware, spelled M4L where, as in where you located. They're on team LGTM, which stands for looks good to me. Interesting fact, they can hold their breath for 30 minutes.
Interesting.
Once.
Oh.
Just once.
We can all do anything once.
They're from New Hampshire. And they're on the U.S. Cyber team, and they do some coaching as well. They attended the SANS Technology Institute. I have a number of friends. Our mutual friend Lori did the SANS approach, and she really enjoyed it. And I'll tell you what, if her technical competence is any indication of the program,
I'll say it's out there. I know some other people that have done that. I know the Obama Foundation actually did a great thing with bringing in SANS and helping people get their master's degree and helping sponsor that to continue pushing education as well too. So another great opportunity.
So Malware's specialty is attack defense. They have 15 years experience, so the opposite end of the spectrum. By the way, I meant to mention that when you talked about, the person you had who was the beginner, their specialty is open source intelligence gathering, and it's such a smart place as a beginner to work because you'll run into encryption, encoding, research, all kinds of opportunities. It's a great place where you can throw hours at a task and advance your team's score, and along the way pick up a lot of things that you might become more interested in later on as
Exactly.
well.
Get those little nuggets as you go through and be like, ooh, I got to come back to that.
Yeah, I think there's a natural progression into some of the web stuff as you start doing that because a lot of the OSINT involves, looking at page source and decoding.
And honestly, OSINT is a great start for anybody as you do that too, because as you build that out, you might not know. There is so much out there you can get overwhelmed so quickly on. So just doing that open source and reading different things to learn where you want to go is a great approach.
Okay. Back to malware. malware. Malware's pregame ritual is whatever Claude tells them to do, and I respect that completely. Their hidden talent is token maxing on the company card, and they're just a big nerd who wants to see both teams, or in this case all 6 teams, have a good time. And the other thing we should know is that their wife says they do too much work, and she's right.
Well,
as usually they are.
yeah, I'm not going to touch anything on that again. I think that's my cue to go to the next player we have going here. So this player is on Nomo Waymo, is their team name. So, you got to love team names. They're always a good time. And this player is Donate 2 Gold Star Gamers. Look out for them. They need, donations are good.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's see here. They are from the good old Charm City. So Baltimore, Maryland, shout out there. Great things, go get some crab, some Old Bay,
Absolutely.
Yeah, so their specialty, this is key. We really know where these people come from. PowerPoint.
Yes. I too have my PowerPoint warfare device.
As do I.
Yeah.
We've been there, cubicle
Served
warfare.
with pride.
We're strong in the office game.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, apparently they say 0 experience. I have a feeling I'm being trolled right now.
I have some questions about that as well.
Yeah, based off some of the things they have there. But hey, you know what? Iggy Pop is what they warm up to. So you gotta if they're dropping Iggy,
Anybody
you gotta
warming
respect.
up to Iggy Pop, you got to keep 2 eyes on.
Right. And then they have some good old wings and barbecue sauce, to get going there. So and then this is key, LinkedIn. Their LinkedIn game. We all got that talent. You'd be surprised, that comes in very, very handy.
You can't underestimate the power of a good LinkedIn game.
It's like if you go back, I'm going to date myself here too. Like I'm from the day where, you made your friends by coding an HTML page and setting up your MySpace page, and you actually coded there, and that's how you started. So again, there's a lot of, I was exposed to that, and I didn't even realize I was exposed to that. I'm like, oh, this is fun building out these pages.
It's true. I was a GeoCities kid myself, so I'm on board with you there. So let me ask you. Let's pivot just a little bit instead of talking about the people who are participating. In the competition, they're rolling into. There are a number of different categories for the challenges. How did you like to approach them? Did you go for a surgical approach, or was it more of a shotgun approach as you took on these challenges?
I didn't have a plan a lot of times. I bounced around. I'll be honest. It really depended on the team too. I like to I will admit I'm a master of nothing, but I have experience in a lot of different things. So I'd really talk to the team and be like, okay, what do you want to do? I'm like, okay, you're hitting these. Okay, I'll go jump into this. I'll try. I might not. But that's kind of what I did. I tried to be that utility for the team there too. Like understanding I might not get the most points, but okay with that. As long as I brought something to the team, even if that was water. And I was going to grab water.
That's true. I mean, there's that thought of, are you trying to score ego points or by points, or are you trying to just advance the team, advance your knowledge, do something. And so I also enjoy that. My approach was kind of a broad, go broad until you find something and then dive deep on that. But I'm really excited to see how the different teams approach this. And we'll get a little bit more detail coming up in a little bit after we got a fireside chat coming up in a little bit. And then we'll talk to some of the team who actually put together and put on the competition.
Yeah, see, and I'm so excited to see, what was their approach? Where did you come up with the idea for this how did you, this CTF, I wanted to focus on this. I wanted to hit this skill set or focus on this. How did they come up with that? Because that is so much work as you think about it. It's how do you keep pushing and keeping people on their toes?
And creative work isn't always something that's easy to just force. So, I'm really interested to hear how the games themselves are designed. We'll check in with the scores, see how the teams are performing. You're going to be looking over their shoulders here in a little bit and give us a little bit of the inside scoop on what their approaches might be. And so on and so
I'll try not to distract them too much.
Right, exactly. All right, with that, we're going to be back in just a moment, and we will tell you more when we kick off with Fireside Chat after this.
2. Are we ready? Who's welcome? I just want like 10 seconds before we send any of them down just to say we're watching this part of the event. Hey guys. Hey guys. No. Sorry. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Just. You guys having some fun out there? Yeah? Working hard? All right, we are ready to launch the second phase of today's cybersecurity competition experience. That is the CTF Showdown from Hack the Box. And I am stoked. For this part, we get to use the hype tunnel. And so I will welcome the first 4 CTF competitors down onto the stage, with the first being the one, the only legend, Jacob Elliott. And here he comes onto the main stage. Make some noise if you think Jacob's gonna win Heat 1. All right, that's what I want to hear. Next up, we have Chris Holler. Here he comes. I got my money on Chris, I think. I'm in Chris's team. Next up, we have Jess Parnell. Welcome to the stage, Jess. Here we go. And last but certainly not least, John McGowan. Welcome to the stage. All right, so as these gentlemen take their seats, we will have the first wave lasting 45 minutes. There are a series of challenges that are going to get dropped by the Hack the Box team, and we will take the top performers from this first wave into the finale later today. So stay with us, come back, enjoy yourselves, and wish these guys some good luck.
Well, welcome back to US CyberCon. I am joined now by Bob Gurley, who is the CTO of OODA LLC. Bob, thanks for making the time.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure as well. So tell me a little bit about what your experience with like both OODA LLC and the overall OODA loop.
Okay, because we named our company as a homage to this guy, Colonel John Boyd, who I believe is the greatest strategist in modern history. And he's most famous for this OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, and act, which is an algorithm for success in competitive environments. He brought many other things to the table, but that's what he's most widely known for. So very relevant to cyber and cyber competitions like the cyber games here.
That's excellent. Yeah, you're right. You said competition. Obviously, he was thinking about warfare, which I suppose is the ultimate form of competition, high-stakes competition, in fact. So as we're talking about, you heard me and Wookie talking just a minute ago about how we approach different cyber competitions and different tactics that one might use. The OODA loop is something I was in the military as well. It was taught to me there, and I've kind of observed that it's something that you find yourself naturally doing. That it's almost more like a way of describing what happens in the world, if that makes sense.
It does. In fact, I think if you find someone successful in any competitive environment, they may not know this acronym OODA, but they are looking around and making decisions and realizing that the decisions they make change the environment, so they have to reorient and redecide and react. So even if you don't know the acronym, if you're successful in competitive environments, that's generally your model.
That makes a lot of sense. One of the things Wookie was talking about is the concept of failure. And these competitions give you the opportunity to stress your knowledge and expertise, give you the opportunity to fail. There are lots of quotes about failure. My favorite one is when Edison said that he didn't fail to make a light bulb 10,000 ways. He learned 10,000 ways not to make a light bulb along the way to success. So talk to me a little bit about how OODA kind of accommodates failure.
Well, this OODA loop, the most important concept in OODA, according to John Boyd, and I see it too, is the orient phase. Because orient is where you bring all of your lessons, all of your knowledge, everything you've got to that decision. And you need to do it fast, faster than your adversary. But that should account for every failure and lesson you have learned in the past. And the faster you can bring all that to your decisions, the better. If you do it faster than your adversary, that's better. So that orient phase, that orient concept is so critically important.
Okay, so if we say that, apply that to the concept of failure, it's not really failure, right? It's just one iteration of that loop, and then you've added to your knowledge pool that you're going to bring into the observe phase for the next loop.
That's one way to look at it. Now, of course, in reality, you can definitely fail in a big way. And you can fail, and you can cause your company to fail. You can cause your company to be destroyed if you do it wrong. But in all of those, you need to extract the lessons and bring them forward. All of us in cybersecurity have been, punched in the gut from time to time. You try your best, and it's just hard knocks. The adversaries will always surprise you. But you do need to take lessons from that forward. And also another related point is you can either be in the field for, say, 15 years and get all this experience and all these gut punches, or you can accelerate your own knowledge and experience. And you can do that by training, getting certificates, participating in competitions like this, that is not real war, but gets you really close to real cyber conflict, and use that to accelerate your learning.
It's a great point. For me, I had someone ask me a while back. They're like, "Well, you got real good at this real quickly. How did you do that?" And I said, "Well, you know how most people work, about 2,000 hours a year?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, fortunately, the military gave me the opportunity to work almost 4,000 hours a year for my first couple of years. And you'd be amazed how much more you learn when you're working twice as much as you would otherwise be." And the cyber competitions, even after I got out of the military and I was no longer forced to work the extra hours or given that opportunity, the competitions gave me something fun to do on the weekends, nights and weekends, so that I could continue pushing my skills forward, and continue developing.
Yeah, and you can of course learn from books, you can learn from online simulations, you can learn in so many different ways. But these competitors down here are learning in real world competition against other thinking, creative entities. that are also, have their objectives that they're pushing back on. And it's just a great way to learn and get vicarious experience to prepare for that real cyber conflict.
You're right. I think there's a limit to what study can accomplish, and then you have to eventually put it into practice, like develop muscle memory. I guess it's really that act phase of the OODA loop. That if you're just orienting, observing, and deciding, or excuse me, observing, orienting, and deciding, but you're not acting, you don't develop the additional knowledge base of each iteration of the loop that way.
All right. I think it also prepares you for what do you do when you're surprised? What do you do when the adversary pushes back or blocks you in some way?
That's a great point. That kind of like unexpected, stressing the small support muscles instead of just building big biceps, if you will. Yeah. We were talking about failure just a minute ago, and one of my thoughts about it is, you talked about you can fail big enough that it counts. But one of the guys I worked with a while back, he used to say that it's only failure if you stop. And I think that's, again, that's the whole idea of it's a loop. As long as the cycle doesn't end, you're still learning, you're still deciding, you're still acting, and you're potentially improving.
Right. There's this famous philosopher historian James Carse came up with this concept of in-game theory, the infinite games. And cybersecurity is one of these infinite games. It will never stop. We can take lessons and raise our defenses, but we all need to understand the adversary is going to surprise you. They have objectives. They're going to keep coming in some way. And so we need to all keep raising our game and keep competing and keep being prepared to fail. You will have days when it doesn't go well.
That's a much more sophisticated way of saying it. I've always said it's whack-a-mole, but I think I like yours a lot better. So tell me if you were to get 3 minutes with these teams, what advice would you give them based on your experience with kind of like this iterative process?
To win long term, I think not just in this game, but competitively for a career in cybersecurity, I think I would tell them my view of the most important quality of a hacker, a good cyber defender, and that is persistence. There's so many other qualities that are important. You need skills, training, you need curiosity and creativity. These are all so important, but the really successful folks are the persistent ones. Why? Well, for the reasons we just talked about. This is a long game, but also the persistent ones are the ones who find that vulnerability and can exploit it or patch it or defend it. So to me, I would advise them all to be ready to be persistent. This is a long game.
Well, as anyone who works in cybersecurity knows, persistence is extremely important, both on system and in your personal life. So I appreciate that. So Bob, anything else you'd like to share before we move on to? Because we're going to talk to Roman, who's one of the he's with Skillbit, one of the companies behind the actual competition that's going on behind us. Anything else you'd like to share with us before we make that?
Yes, something else. And this week in Las Vegas is a very special week because there's so many opportunities to network with others. And that's a message that I think all of us need to understand. For everybody here this week, take advantage of building your networks and meeting more people, and don't let it stop here. We cyber defenders need to coordinate more throughout the year, so we need to build relationships, because when the big fight comes, you need to know who to talk to, and you need to know that before the fight. So my message to all of the folks here is meet more people, build your strong human trust-based networks, and prepare for the big fight.
Excellent. Well, Bob, thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming out and talking with us. It's been a pleasure for me, and I'm sure everyone else has enjoyed it as well.
Well, thanks.
All right, with that, we'll be right back with a check-in on the game. Perfect.
How close do you want me to be? I'm not sure what the volume is. Pretty close to him. I think I'm missing out.
Welcome back once again to the HyperX Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas. Wookie and I are joined by Roman from Skillbit, who is the man really responsible for the competition that's going on today. Roman, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So tell me a little bit about the competition that we have going on before we get into the scores and how the teams are doing.
Yeah.
I know that there are neutral challenges that they're taking on, and then the teams can also attack one another. So tell me a little bit about how that works.
Yes, there are two main types of capture the flag competitions that you might hear about. Attack and so Jeopardy style is the most common one. Attack and defense is probably the less common one that you might not often hear about. But this is what we have going on today in the arena. So in attack and defense, each team has a set of identical services. In our case, it's 3. And they have access to the virtual machines that are running those services. They're running in Docker in our case. They're able to look at the source code. They're able to patch those vulnerabilities. And then once they identify those vulnerabilities, they can exploit them against other teams. The scoring engine in the background interacts with these services every 2 minutes. It keeps planting new flags. It keeps verifying that the flags that are planted exist there. And so during the competition, teams have to continuously find those vulnerabilities, exploit them in other teams, and steal those flags. And then they have to defend their services, so patch the vulnerabilities, and then keep their services up. So once we look at the scoreboard, we'll see there are 3 different scores that are available. We have 4 teams here today. A few university teams, a few adult teams who are participating. We have a few beginners here as well. So attack and defense is not a necessarily beginner-friendly CTF, but we have some relatively beginner-friendly challenges, and we want to make sure that everyone who participates is able to walk away with something new.
Excellent.
Yeah, so Roman, I have a question for you, especially as we talk about going Jeopardy, WiCyS, attack and defend. Jeopardy is a lot easier to prepare for, bring those things. How do you approach and give guidance for training for an attack and defend for these newer people as they compete in these two to prepare for something like this?
Yes, there are a few well-known attack and defense competitions. So I think FOSS CTF is probably the most famous one. If you go in CTF time and you filter by attack and defense, you'll see a bunch. There are a few videos online. I think Live Overflow has a really popular one where he explains how attack and defense CTFs work. Usually we like to send instructions and rules ahead of time to the competitors, so they get a chance to review the rules, ask questions. I think the hardest part about attack and defense is just the scoring formula. If we can go to the screen, maybe I can just show you all the different formulas that how the points are calculated, how all the different points add up. It can get really complicated, and so teams have to review the scores, figure out what their strategy is, and then figure out who on the team is going to focus on what.
And both of those things have nearly identical importance, right? That, it's not just sufficient to have captured a flag, but to have done so in a manner where, are you patching a vulnerability? How aggressively are you going against attacking others, vice defending yourself? When are the flags being scored? Some of those things, that strategy can weigh in almost as much as the actual skill behind the challenge as well.
Well, and what's interesting about attack and defense is that the scoring formula really influences the strategy, because if you don't balance the points right, it can become so that it might be advantageous for you to take your own services down in order to make it so other teams can't exploit you. If you get the defense points wrong, it might be advantageous for you to not even worry about defending your services and just focus entirely on attack. And so competition organizers have to get those right. The team size, the number of teams playing, the number of services, the duration of the event. There are a lot of different variables and factors that we have to consider when preparing for these competitions. And every time we run attack and defense, we realize that the teams might have thought of a strategy that we didn't think of before, and so we have to add an extra rule, add an extra exception on the rules, add an extra point value for something, just going to balance things out.
So if I were going to simplify this down to pretend that I started out my career as a knuckle-dragging mechanic, then what I would say is, in general, you get a certain number of points for your service being up per tick.
Yep.
You get a certain number of points for scoring flags.
For stealing flags from other teams.
For stealing flags from other teams, which would mean exploiting their services and identifying. And then, of course, you can bring down opponents' services.
Well, you can, So if you look at the scoreboard, you can see there are 3 services. The first one is the attack score. So this means that this team was able to exploit this service against these other teams. So they earned 8 points. They have 0 defense points, which means that no other teams have been able to exploit this service against them. You can see this team has negative defense points, and so you lose defense points when other teams are able to exploit you. And then this point is the uptime score, and so in this case, all the teams have 100 points. And in addition to being a score, it's also a multiplier. And so what this means that if you bring your own services down, or you're not careful, the attack points that you're earning by stealing flags from others are going to be valued less, because we're multiplying the total score per service against this score.
I haven't seen uptime used as a multiplier before, and I really, really like that, because I used to when we did attack defense back in the old days, I was a big fan of taking things down as we exploited ourselves to try and find the vulnerabilities, because we could both fuzz and try and walk the source code to find the vulnerabilities and take 2 paths. And yes, we'd be hemorrhaging points at first, but the idea was we weren't giving up flags. And so by using that as a multiplier, that is a bad idea. You have made that a multiplicatively bad idea for that approach. So I really like that there are opportunities to game the game. You have opportunities to score points. You have opportunities. And you could now. What if I bring down another team's service? Is that going to impact their uptime?
It will. So in this particular competition, we actually have a rule that you're not allowed to do that, because there are some things that are just a little bit too difficult.
You see, I spent a little bit of time on the OCO side, so.
Yeah, I got my flag. You're down. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so some things we've thought for a long time about how to properly, because every time we add an extra point for something else, it changes the strategy, and so now we're kind of something that previously wasn't a good strategy now becomes a good strategy. So the balancing game is really, really difficult.
Yes, it really is. Okay, so let's talk about how the teams are doing. We have right now, it looks like Team 3 has taken a pretty commanding lead, having exploited not 1 but 2 of the services, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, so Team 3, they were the first ones to exploit Room Lake, and then eventually they were able to exploit a Reactor Forge. And you can see by the negative defense points
was that they were able to exploit all of the teams with the vulnerability, except Team 4 because their service is down right now.
Okay. And that's why we're seeing that their uptime is falling on,
Yep.
on that.
We also see that this team has been able to start earning attack points in the Groom Lake, and actually talk to that team. And the way they were able to identify it is they were looking at the network traffic from the teams.
They found the exploit.
And they found the exploit. So
Yep.
I can actually show you what some of the player screens.
Well, actually, what I'd like to do is let's hold there.
Yep.
Now that we've got a good idea of the scores, we've got an idea of the system. Let's save that for when we come back at our next check-in. But I'd love to do that. We'll dive in. We'll talk about how they're approaching some of the specific challenges, especially once we know that all the teams have knocked over one of the flags. Maybe we could do a bit of a deep dive on that particular service. Great. Well, Roman, thanks so much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
And we're going to come right back with Panos from Hack the Box. All right, welcome back once again to the legendary HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. I am joined by Panos from Hack the Box. Panos, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
I'm very happy to be here.
Well, we're thrilled to have you. So Wookie and I were talking a little bit with, we were just talking with Roman at Skillbit about how the attack and defend type competition takes place. But for your SOC challenge, this is going to take place very, very differently. Help us understand that.
So what we do right now is a classic Jeopardy CTF. So that means there are many different challenge categories. And at the end, when you solve this challenge, you get a flag.
Okay.
So you submit the flag, and the quickest to submit all flags, or the one that has gotten the most flags, if none achieved the 100% completion.
Are there different skill levels as well that are going to have different point values?
Yes. So because this is a very fast event, it's only 45 minutes. We added easy challenges because you know, like you have only 45 minutes to solve 9 challenges. There is no way you can solve a hard challenge.
So yeah, so then based off who gets it first, we'll get more points later on too. So
yes, I'm not expecting. I was not expecting anyone to get over half, but right now at the event that's running right now, the first player has 13 out of 20 already. So I never expected that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Any chance that they're a Hack the Box subscriber?
They are.
See, you know, they got the insider knowledge there, keys to the castle.
Someone had the inside track.
You know, a lot of the times it's also a good challenge selection. So maybe they have selected better challenges. Maybe, you know, it's all, when you give an exam at school, right? If you picked a subject, like a question that you don't know, and you get stuck in that question, you lose all the other
if you
ones.
like web exploits more than some of these others, you know you
Yes.
can get those points quickly, give yourself more time to approach the other challenges later on to using that skill set to get, okay, it might only be 2 points, but if I get those 2 points first, hey, at least I got those, I'm on the board moving
You should
forward.
get the quick points, you know.
Exactly.
The easy stuff at the beginning.
Absolutely, right.
Yeah, so we talked about that earlier too, with like what is the strategy for getting points too. That comes in Jeopardy as well too, which is another key aspect.
Yeah, a lot of times that's called first blood, you know,
Yep.
the highest score for the first one. And so you're exactly right. A lot of times you look through, and actually it's not terribly different from how I do test strategy. You know, you walk through and you're like, I know this one, you throw them down, right? You start feeling successful, and then you feel good to take on the other ones.
Plus, you feel like you have something to show to your employer. Like, okay, I found 10
Hey,
steps,
hey,
it doesn't matter what it is. But I have
Let's
10
not
of them.
let's not discount the mental warfare too. You start seeing people get those points on the board, you're in their head now. You're living rent free.
True.
I got you guys. Let's roll.
It's very, very true. I think there's a surprising amount of psychological component to these competitions. I can remember we used to meet in my friend's basement to do the prelims for a lot of the bigger competitions, and you know, a lot of those are not based in the United States. We were on the East Coast, so you know, it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're grinding through, and then you hit that wall. You know, that challenge that for whatever reason, you know, it might be the last one left on the board for your team, and you're like, no, we're leaving with a clean board, and you've just got to sit there, and you're like looking at your friends like, I don't know if I got it for this one.
I remember, if you want a quick story,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember staying up at the 3 a.m. because this is when, no, I didn't stay up. This is where the competition started, right?
Right.
At 3 a.m. because it was an American and I lived in Greece. So we picked one of my friends a challenge. It was the Cyber Olympics, I think it was the event. And this challenge was about a programming language called Intercal. You haven't heard of it because it's something as a joke that was created by a university professor that combined all the different difficult parts of different languages to create the most unreadable language. So the Hello World program, it's like
The
50 lines.
Esperanto of
50 lines, yes.
programming
Yeah,
language.
So
you have
we're
like
gonna
a
throw-
moving tape to print. It's like
Yeah,
you
we're gonna
just
throw a
have to
little
print,
like
hack the
Rust.
button,
Yeah, Rust.
And I remember I stayed up. I played this challenge 7 hours without any sleep. I solved it. I raged, got into a taxi, and went to my job because I was working in the morning.
But that is like, you know, it's one of those things that it can't be understated. And I think if I were to ask you how that type of experience has led you to where you are in your career, it's pretty impactful, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, most of the time you feel like you stumbled through life, you stumbled through stuff, and you say at the end, like, I somehow made it. I don't know.
No, I think in some ways, like, this gives you, the competitions give you something to stumble through.
And I guess using that, the question, bringing it back to what you guys have here is how have you leveraged those experiences as a participant as when you design and start looking at these to build these out for those? How have you leveraged your experiences to help with these?
You have to consider a lot of different things, right? First of all, you have to consider that even people lose, they want to solve stuff. So at the beginning, I think I had to pick to do the challenge selection for the second round. So at the beginning, it was my first event. I thought, let's pick all the categories that people do bad in the preliminaries. So I wanted a scoreboard that it's separated by the number of flags. So I didn't want at that time 10 teams with 100% completion based on time, because at the point I thought this was unfair, because if you're living in the US for a US competition, I was living in like India, we would have to work through very different stuff.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, people want to solve challenges. It's better to have, it's the same when you see about video games, right? You know that everybody has like 3000 HP and not 30. You can have 30 HP and every hit counts for 1.
Right.
But you have 3000 and every hit counts for 100 because it's better to see bigger numbers. So you need to give the people, even the ones that end up in the end, they have to solve some things and they have to get to a place to, I think the big part with CTS, it's learning the stuff you have to learn, right? Because it's the only way you are going to do research, because you say, I'm going to do research for this new bug. But if you're just doing research by reading blogs, it's not the same as feeling the time pressure and having the adrenaline and everything, so you have to, I have to get it now in 5 minutes. So you do like mega research, I don't know, mega studying during that time.
Yeah, and one thing I would love to bring on that too is for everybody watching the live stream to remember,
don't give up afterwards. Go back. The readmes afterwards.
Yes.
Going through the walkthroughs of how did people do those. Go back and do that. Like, oh, this is where I stumbled. And that is one of those eye-opening things. You're like, I was right there, and that's what it was. And
don't just read them, right? That's the mistake that I think a lot of people make is you go back through and actually download the VM, do the challenge, read through the walkthrough, see what you did wrong, identify where you flipped a bit, or, you used little Indian instead of big Indian, or, whatever
Also,
it was.
For most of our events, if you're talking about the big CTF events, we have something that's called an after party. And we also create a Discord channel where people post write-ups and they are free to discuss how to solve them. Because, at the end of the day, all of our events are won by the certain 100 group people, group of people. So I think the big stuff is you get stuck, you don't solve the challenge, you go to the after event, you see the solution. It stings,
right?
Because maybe you were right there,
right
but
there.
You remember it for everyone. This is the ones that you solve. It's okay. I mean, if you solve it after a lot of sweat and tears and whatever, you maybe remember.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in your bones at that point.
I think that's one of the interesting things about competition in general is I can remember one that I was participating in. It was the ShmooCon CTF. And there was a challenge that everyone was really struggling with. And it's the first time that it was easy for me, and people that I thought of as smarter than me struggled with it. And I remember I walked over and I read, I can tell you to this day, it was the quote I saw in basically like munged ASCII, I saw the quote from the Bible verse from Pulp Fiction that Samuel L. Jackson says. Yeah. And I don't know if it was I was just standing further away or whatever it was, but I read it. I was like, that's that right fake there. Bible verse from Ezekiel. And they were like, what? And I remember that moment. And it's crazy because, like, I'm telling you, the two guys who were working on this were brilliant cryptographers. Yeah. And it was a crypto challenge. And this one, it was too simple for them. And I felt, and it was a big point value, and we got first blood on it. At the time, we were competing against PPP from Carnegie Mellon, and they were just incredible at what they were crushing us. It was our first blood in the competition, and it felt amazing. And that was, for me, that was my, like, oh my God, I can actually do this moment.
It's when you cross the boundary. I mean, most of the time you feel like a fraud. Mm-hmm. Even if you're at the top of the world, you feel like a fraud.
Oh my God, yeah. And we can talk about it if we want to, or we can talk. Imposter syndrome is huge in these things, especially when you come to CTS. And again, that's why it's so important. Like, you know what? We all start somewhere. We're all learning at this kind of stuff. So that's a big thing to remember is we all stumble. Go read these, learn. Look at the NFL teams. They rewatch game tape. Do the same thing. Read the readmes, practice it, learn, and that's the only way you'll get those skills.
It's also the same. Like if you're talking about basketball, if you have the players on the practice room, they will hit like 9 out of 10 3-pointers every practice. Mm-hmm. But the best shooters in the NBA have like 40%.
Right.
Yeah. Right. If you have them on practice, they would get like 30 in a row. No
right.
problem. But that's the difference because when you're at home alone and you have like a hack the box challenge and you have the whole week to solve it, you solve it in 30 minutes. But when it is the CTF, it takes you 3 hours or something.
Yeah, I look like a genius after a week of prep.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Panos, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We're going to be right back with Christie for a fireside chat. Welcome back once again to the US CyberCon, coming to you live from the HyperX Arena here in Las Vegas. I am joined by Christie, who is you're the coach for the Women in Cyber team, for the national competition team, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm the head coach for the U.S. Women's Cyber team, Team USA.
That's fantastic. I have a friend of mine who's been involved in Women in Cyber and has done some mentorship there as well, and I'm just I couldn't be happier to see the efforts that go into it.
Oh yeah, it's pretty amazing.
It's one of those things when it's kind of almost the quiet part about DEF CON is that there was a time, my first DEF CON was DEF CON 19, and on DEF CON 20 I brought my wife, came along with me, and it was conversation stopped because there weren't very many women who were attending DEF CON back in those days, and so I think the effort to get to kind of level the playing field in that regard is something that I'm really happy to see.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's my first.
Yes?
It's gonna be my first DEF CON.
Oh,
so.
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you're particularly excited to do?
No, I'm trying to, try to experience it all. I'm skipping school to be here.
Oh, good for you.
So,
That's right. You said in your other full-time job,
Yes.
which is I was going to say it's your part-time gig is doing this, but that's not true. They're both full-time gigs.
Yeah, so by day I'm a high school cybersecurity teacher in Spotifying, Virginia, just below DC. By night, I'm a threat hunter mentor.
That sounds like there's not a lot of sleep in those
No.
nights. No. Well, sleep is for the weak. I had a
Yes.
chief who used to say that at me. He was usually mad at me when he was
Oh, yeah.
saying that, but I'm really pleased to hear that. So tell me, actually, I want to ask a little bit about teaching high school and how that carries over to the mentorship you're doing for the national team.
So I've been teaching for the last 10 years in Virginia. We have a designated cybersecurity pathway, and I teach freshmen, 9th graders, all the way up to seniors, and we have students that basically leave high school with their CompTIA Security Plus.
Wow, that's amazing.
So yeah.
That's really cool. And there was a time where Security Plus was just a knowledge test, but now there's a practical
Yeah.
component to that as
Oh,
well,
yes.
making it even
Yes.
more of an achievement for a high schooler.
Oh yes. So yeah, it's great. They learn the basics, and it just keeps their skill level goes up. I do a lot of gamification in the classroom, so I do a lot of CTFs. So I found that they learn better by doing these activities. It's real world hands-on learning. So yeah.
The practical component, it's one of the things that's come up with almost everyone I've spoken to thus far is that there's a pressure component, there's an urgency component, and then there's that hands-on practical component combined with the pressure and the urgency.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of people are like, "You're having way too much fun in your classroom," and I'm like, "This is how they learn." And doing this, doing CTFs to teach a concept or a topic is a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a firm believer in that a concept learns better as a mission than as a lecture. So, like, I take my kids on a lot of field trips, and we go into cybersecurity mission-driven areas, and they learn. So I've actually turned a lot of students who were going a different career path into cybersecurity. So,
I will say, working in a SOC is not quite a CTF, but
No,
but
but-
there are components of it that are very similar. Especially I've worked some places where they do some nice visuals when you're like keeping track of who's knocked off the most investigations or patched the most systems or identified the most vulnerabilities.
Yeah, we've actually gotten to go in a couple SOCs. They put up some old data, so the kids got to kind of see what it was like, and they were just it was really cool for them. So.
That's wonderful. So tell me about the U.S. Women's Cyber Team.
Yes.
I do know the name, I promise. Tell me about what's your favorite part about it?
Working with these amazing women on the team, like, they are brilliant. We just competed in Ireland a few weeks ago. Team USA came home with a silver. Whole totally new competition, so we basically had to learn a whole new competition.
Yeah. Was it a different style?
So it was the Overseers.
I don't know that one.
So yeah, it was 2 days of that, and it was a map game format.
Oh, okay.
So, and then there was like different types of challenges. There was a King of the Hill, there's attack defense, 1v1s, and when you came upon another team on a 1v1, it was live stream.
Oh, that's cool.
So it was amazing, but it was a great competition. It was very new for a majority of the team, so going in, doing some drills, learning, we did this one where I call it CTF speed dating, and we basically did, somebody worked on a challenge for like 10 minutes and then they had to pass it off. And they had to be able to communicate because when we're doing substitutions, they have to be able to communicate where they are in a challenge, or if somebody's just overworked and melting down on a challenge, like they can communicate what they've done.
So it sounds like you preach a lot of note-taking and documentation. So I cannot tell you how vital and underappreciated that ability to pass that down. I've gotten to run some real-world, not a CTF, but real-world exercises for Fortune 10 companies. And one of the things that often differentiated the top performers when we would come in and assess their readiness, vice those who performed nearly as well. But one of the big differentiators was the efficacy of the handoff between one shift to the next.
Yeah.
Was something fumbled? Did something get missed? Was a service left running that shouldn't have been, or maybe a system that had been quarantined never got addressed or something like that? Oftentimes, the difference between an elite performance and a merely good one was communication.
Yeah, communication, and that's where some were a little like, I'm not sure about this game, this activity, and I'm like, trust me. I said, this is very important, to work on, and that really was very helpful, especially during substitutions, and then also when they handed off a challenge. So,
Yeah, and for me, I'll be honest, I did not get into computers because communication was my goal for my personal drive or giftedness, if you will. So it's an interesting thing to, especially retroactively, realize is crucially important when you've spent all of college solo, learning to program, learning to code, learning to do forensics, whatever it might be, malware analysis, reverse engineering. Those are all very solo things, and then all of a sudden you're thrust into this workplace.
Yeah.
That is no longer.
This is what I do in my classroom. So my classroom is not your typical classroom. It is set up like a team environment. There's like 6 computers of 5 pods, so they're all working together. There's a project manager, and they're the important thing for them are those hard and soft skills where they have to communicate and work together, because cybersecurity is, it's not just your hacker in a hoodie in the basement anymore. It's a team. So I preached that day one in my classroom, and I was just taking some of that into now being a coach for the team.
Well, there's a flip side to this. Every time I hear someone in a professional environment say soft skills in relationship to cybersecurity, it makes me cringe because I worry that that's a reason not to hire the introvert. And I think there have been times where really skilled people have been missed just because the people doing the hiring tend to be extroverts.
Yeah.
But I think, coming back to the competition and what you're accomplishing with the U.S. Women's National Team, you get the opportunity, irrespective of your inclination, extrovert or introvert, you get the opportunity to experience the necessary and develop the necessary soft skills to excel in the workplace, as a member of a professional SOC or what have you.
Oh yes, of course I have many introverts in my classroom and on the team, and I respect their space. So and they'll give me a little bit, but I don't push too much.
Well, and having a communication structure can be really useful for someone who this is not their their preferred method of communication. And so to say, don't worry, you don't have to talk to Steve, just put it in the ticket, or here's a Notion page, leave your notes, and then so that way, if you win the lottery and don't come to the competition tomorrow, Pete can pick it up from there and run with it.
Oh yeah, send them a message in Discord. As long as they're communicating through that Discord, and they don't have to talk to each other.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad well, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time to come talk to me, of course.
Of course.
And as important as I think I am, I'm even more grateful that you spend your time volunteering with Women in Cyber, and I'm so glad that your high school gets to have you. I certainly didn't have that when I was in high school. I just had to be a regular nerd on my own.
Yeah.
And I'm thrilled that people like you are out there helping
the
next generation of nerds like me get a little head start.
Well, I would like to say that the Women's International Cybersecurity Challenge will be here in 2027 in DC, in the U.S.
Okay.
So yeah, looking forward to.
Well, then
that
I'll have to check my calendar.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll be able
Most
to make
definitely.
it up. Yeah. All right. Well, Christie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to go to a break right now, but we'll come back with another Fireside Chat after that.
Looked like I had Yoda ears. So thank you.
Yes. Welcome once again to the legendary HyperX Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas for the US CyberCon. And I am once again Pete Hay, and I'm joined by Julian Zodell from Asgard Tech and many other things as well. Tell me a little bit about yourself, Julian.
Sure. Way back when, undergrad master's in electrical engineering, left grad school, went to NASA for a little while, went to Fannie Mae, and ended up at Raytheon for 20 years, which I honestly thought I'd be there for like 3 years and then turned into a career. And then 2 years ago, I decided to leave.
Okay, naturally. And so now...
Formed my own company, did a lot of consulting, and then recently we launched a product for compliance and many other things.
Ah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Enjoying it?
Loving it, actually.
That's the most important part. So few people get to do something they really love.
And you know, it's funny. I did large-scale architectures for a number of years and really learned a lot from that. Went into the C-suite, enjoyed my time in the C-suite, but then getting back to building again has been magical. It's so much fun and everything. Yeah.
That's the nice thing about SMB life. I also own my own company, and so you get to keep stuck in on the technical end and make those decisions, and oftentimes those decisions even work out.
Oh no, exactly. I mean, we always hope that, right? And gives us more time to spend with our family and things like that.
Excellent. So you have kind of a background in like resilience, right? In high stakes environments.
Actually, so interesting enough, my career at Raytheon was offensive cyber, and then large-scale intelligence work, and then large-scale defensive work. So resilience is certainly part of it, making sure systems stay up all the time and things like that. But it's mostly in nation-state scale architecture. Is really where I came from and where I cut my teeth, so to speak.
So pretty much exactly like they're doing out here today.
Oh yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
And actually, funny enough, I mean, it's been great being involved with this organization. It's an amazing organization with all the athletes, and I'm very proud to be a senior mentor with them. And I red team for other competitions too, and it's so good to develop the pipeline of amazing talent here using these competitions.
Did you have these sorts of things for yourself when you were coming up?
I did not.
No.
So it's, you think back, I mean, I'm not a spring chicken by any means, but I actually started programming in 2nd grade. I started programming C in 4th grade.
Naturally.
Yeah, of course, as a curious child. And, I was very lucky, to be quite honest, that I had a lot of great mentors over the years. And they gave me the opportunity, like, hey, have you thought about playing with this? And I'd go off and I'd learn all I could about that, and sometimes break it, and you learn a ton from breaking things. I do a lot of mentoring, and I always talk about failure. There was a wonderful talk, I don't know how many DEF CONs ago, by Fred Savage from Mythbusters. And it's an entire hour talking about failure and saying, you're not pushing the envelope unless you're failing, and then when you fail, you learn and you push it even further.
So this is very funny because you haven't heard any of our previous chats, but
No.
in the last one we talked to Bob Gurley a little bit earlier, who has a background in the OODA loop.
Oh yeah.
So
okay,
I was
yeah.
talking about, like often that loop ends in failure, and what do you do? We talked in the early stages of talking about the competition. That one of the things this gives you is a consequence-free environment to fail spectacularly.
Oh yeah.
And fearlessly.
Right.
Right.
And learn from it and improve and be better next time.
Right.
That's where the true innovation happens. And it's part of the great thing about the United States, right? You can sit here and you can play with 10 million things and fail and learn and innovate faster and faster and faster, which is what we do so well.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. So one of the things I wanted to ask you about is, because I don't want to just talk about failure, because I could talk about that all day long.
Yeah.
One of the things that Roman was explaining is that they have a very hard take on AI when it comes to the competitions. That you're not allowed to use anything you pay for.
Right.
Not allowed to sign into anything. You can use it for kind of the same sort of things you use Google for, like clean up your syntax, or
Right.
I see this error. What does this error message mean? Those sorts of things. But you can't, deploy an agent against,
Right.
Against a port or something like that.
Yeah, the way I always describe it is it helping you? Not doing the work for you, but is it helping you achieve the goal or helping you troubleshoot something?
Right.
It's along those lines, which makes a lot of sense. It's that way the talent is still what the person knows versus what the person can type into a prompt.
Right. Yeah. Is it helping you access your own knowledge, or is it a substitute
Right.
for it?
Yeah, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
But I think outside the competitions, it's important that people still use these tools, because the truth is they're teaching us.
Right.
It is amazing how fast you can pick up a topic nowadays by feeding it a prompt and saying, look, like, I want to learn this. And I found personally, hey, I want to learn this in the next 4 hours. Teach me this skill of whatever it is. Teach me the difference between Python and another language. And it's amazing how fast, once it kind of gets to know you, how fast it can teach you those skills. And these athletes should be using that definitely.
Yes. And I think,
outside of competition.
No, but like in prep for competition, I think it's such a good example to say, for instance, you might say, here are 3 examples of things that have come up recently. How help me devise an approach or what have you. But I really like what you said about using AI specifically to teach you. I actually proposed a talk for this year's Noob Village, which wasn't picked up. Josh, I got my eye on you. But, essentially laying out that, with AI, it's a regression to the mean about a question. But when your knowledge is well below the mean, great.
Right.
You can catch me up.
Yep.
And then as your knowledge expands, now you're asking questions that are smarter questions, which has kind of moved the bell curve to the right because of your own expertise.
Exactly.
And so, like you're saying, to get to a proficient state very quickly, it's a great use.
It is. It's an amazing use. And I wonder how the education system will change because of it, to be quite honest.
I'm really excited to see it.
Oh, me too. It'll be fascinating.
I think for someone who's slightly impatient like me,
a little ADD of us, we're all a little bit like that.
I really appreciate you saying a little. That means a lot to me. No, so let's talk about it with regard to like working through a CTF. How do you advise, in that mentor role?
Right.
How do you advise in preparation for? We've talked about different styles, like in this, attack defense, where it's all about keeping services up, defending them. How do you advise a team to approach this in preparation?
So it's interesting. Amusingly enough, I was talking to somebody earlier about he's just entering into these competitions. He placed very well in the US Cyber team, and he had done CCDC and some other things. And we were talking about how every team kind of figures out their own formula that works best for them. So there is a team at the national level that brings literally, and I'm not joking, like reams of books of standard operating procedures. And it's so that their athletes who's like a freshman or something can come in and learn very quickly. Hey, I haven't seen this before, but I can look it up in the SOPs and stuff like that. But other teams come in and they don't do that. They have a wiki that they can search, or they do this or that. So as much as I hate to say it, I think it's almost, especially in this case, the team needs to learn each other, learn strengths and weaknesses, communicate, and know where to find the knowledge versus actually know it half the time.
Well, now you're the second straight mentor for these games who's talked about the importance of soft skills and communication and documentation.
So
and it's and what I mentioned in our last Fireside chat was that there's a real I didn't get into computers because I wanted to talk to people, right? And so what an opportunity this gives you, whereas education is a very individual endeavor.
Oh, yeah.
Now you get the opportunity to learn how to, maybe work with some natural skill or work around it.
Right.
Because you mentioned a wiki or a Notion page or something like that. I don't have to talk to you if I've documented it well.
Right. And, this gets into an interesting conversation about there's a lot of, computer security attracts a lot of different personalities. Some of the places where I've worked, we will purposely go outside of cybersecurity to hire people. So we might hire, an artist or something like that because they look at a problem differently. And I think it's very important to look at that and say, hey, we have to take each person for their strengths. Some people are extremely smart and not communicative, and they just want to keep themselves. And you have to find how to do that balance across the team.
Excellent. So I'm going to tell you, thank you so much for making the time to come talk with us. And even more than talking with me, thank you for your time being a mentor to the people who are sitting down there.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're making a real difference in their lives, and you're making things better for not just them, but, the state of cybersecurity going forward. So I really appreciate it.
Trying, definitely.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you.
Well,
Appreciate
we're going to cut here, and we'll come back in just a minute talking with one of the charity beneficiaries for this competition. Hello and welcome once again to the legendary HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. I am joined by Quintana Patterson, who is representing the Women in Cybersecurity Global Organization.
Yes.
So, first, tell me a little bit about the organization, and in particular, the global, like what the global mission is and how you approach it.
Okay. The global mission for WiCyS is essentially we want to recruit, retain, and advance women in cyber. So all the programs and mentoring that we do is to ensure that women coming in feel seen and know, have the proper, essentially credentials to make it in the industry, as well as through their career progression. So we have entry-level, mid-level, and senior-level programs for women of all stages of life in cyber. We have a mentor-mentee program. We have an annual scholarship, which brings all of the members together. You don't necessarily have to be a member to attend, but that's where the members come, and essentially it's like we've given it a name. It's like a whole vibe. Our conference is a vibe because it's as a woman in this space, when you get an environment where there's other women in the space and you can exchange stories and, you know, meet your mentors, it's just it's undescribable how it feels. So that's essentially what the global mission is. And then we have 74 affiliates, and those are professional affiliates leading from states to industry professionals. So we have a threat ops. We have a couple new chapters that are affiliates that have started that are called moms, healthcare, DevOps, so professional, and then we also have, I think we're at about 250 student chapters, and those range from the high schools and the college levels.
That's wonderful. I had I would say, pretty atypical experience in cybersecurity in that I had the opportunity to work for a number of women coming up, and if you look at my age and kind of project backwards, that was a very atypical experience. And when I left a couple of those places, it became very pronounced to me how absent that was when I went into some other jobs and some other places. So I'm personally thrilled to have, because I mean I had wonderful mentors who wouldn't want others to have that same experience.
Right.
Yeah. So now, stepping away from kind of the global mission of Women in Cyber, tell me a little bit about how you ended up working with them, how you did that same transition into cybersecurity yourself.
I have been blessed to have been in IT all of my career. So I started out as a computer operator, and that was my first job, like doing work study when I was in school. And I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. I want to do this forever, until I did. And I was like, I absolutely do not want to do this forever.
Isn't it the best feeling when you finally have that job and you're like, okay, good, I have a direction.
Yeah.
You know?
So I progressed through, I've done database administration, network administration. I worked at a bank where we built up our network back when Novell was a thing. Built out that whole tree architecture, and then just progressed through cyber. And then as one of my positions, I left. I was an identity access management manager, and decided I wanted to do something completely different. So that's when I got into security, configuring firewalls and switches and routers and all of that. And then during that period, I'd gone to a conference, and most women, you look around and there's not that many women there, and I was like almost deflated, like, do I want to keep doing this? And then, I don't know, the WiCyS conference, I lived in Denver at the time, came across my feed or something, and I was like, women in cybersecurity, wait, there's other women that do this? Like, seriously? And that time, it was during COVID, so the conference eventually got canceled, but they did it virtually. And just to even be virtually in that space with, seasoned professionals that have been doing this, or other entry-level people coming in, and I was like, oh my God, it was just a comforting feeling, because I'd had some really terrific male mentors, but, again, going to the conferences, being the only woman and not having anybody, feeling isolated. And that, when I discovered WiCyS, it was just amazing. So I was a member for several years, and then I became staff at Global a couple years ago.
Ah, that's excellent. I actually worked. Actually, one of those women I got to work with is I taught for a number of years. So I taught after I got out of the military. I went down and taught JCAC in Pensacola, where I still live, and I then took a job teaching on the road, a number of courses and things like that. And Marcel Lee was actually a student of mine.
Okay.
And then she ended up working with me later on.
Mm-hmm.
And I am such a huge fan of her her kind of drive
Mm-hmm.
to not just master her craft, but to hitch as many people to her as possible and drag them, I would say, kicking and screaming over the finish line, because
Yeah.
some people don't get a choice about it.
Mhm.
But to be that engine that encourages others and lifts them up. And I know she's heavily involved in WiCyS, and I love seeing, I love seeing people lift each other up.
Thank
It
you.
used to be really hard to get into cybersecurity, irrespective of your
Mhm.
background. And we have mentors, we have competitions, we have WiCyS, we have WiCyS, we have
Right.
these other organizations now that are saying, okay, yeah, we all have to climb the mountain,
Right.
but we can put in a guardrail,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little ramp,
Right,
to make.
just to help
why
it
does
out.
it have to be harder?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I couldn't be happier. It's not about me, but I'm glad
It's
you're
okay.
here.
Thank
know.
you. I'm happy to. That's one thing that we had a quick talk. So Black Hat is continuing to amplify and give space for women. And yesterday there was this event called Black Hat Her, and just women coming together, just talking, exchanging ideas, supporting each other. And one thing I mentioned though, like even though we don't feel seen or feel isolated in the space, that's also with each other. Women have to continue to lift up women. It's like we have to fight and kick and scream here, and a lot of times we forget, like, somebody else helped you get here, so you can't forget those that are coming up. So make sure you smile at other women when you see them.
One of my smartest bosses said that we all stand on the shoulder of giants, and so he was really big about mentorship and giving back and tutoring, and he's actually the person who first encouraged me to do a talk. We did my first talk at DEF CON. He and I did together, and we did some of those things. And it's the same idea, is that as much as I would love to claim that I got here entirely on my own merits, actually, between you and me, my dad's standing right over there, and I learned he's a nerd, right? I come by it honestly.
Yeah.
And if it hadn't been for what the opportunities he put in front of me, I certainly wouldn't be standing here.
Yeah.
And so I love the idea of saying, okay, well then, how do we do that, but more so for the next generation? That's pretty
Absolutely. Yeah. I won't be here forever, so. And we're already worried about what's going to happen to the planet afterwards. So let's just give the ones coming up just a little extra boost.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
What's the harm?
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna hurt anything.
It's going to be hard enough on its own. We don't need
right.
to add
We don't
to
need
it,
to
right?
make
Like,
it
we may
any
as
more
well-
difficult. Right.
Well, we're going to put up the QR code for WiCyS, and I'm just going to
Awesome.
say thank you so much for joining me.
Thank
I
you for
really
having
appreciate
us.
you taking the time.
Thank you. I appreciate this. This was awesome. Thank you so
All
much.
right, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Great. Thank you.
When I first came into WiCyS, I'm not gonna lie, like I was really discouraged. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, where I wanted to go. And I feel like since being a part of WiCyS, I've gotten a really good sense of direction, and it's just helped me progress. And I'm excited to see what's next with my career and where I go. And I want to keep coming to the conferences, meeting new people, and building those connections.
This is something I love. It's a passion for me. This is a community where everyone gets involved and where we lift everyone, and then together we are stronger.
This is a sisterhood for me. It's a community where I feel that I belong, and I have a great support for all the members of the conference, and so everybody should have the same opportunity.
Join WiCyS, follow their page. They have so many resources, so many sessions going on throughout the year. WiCyS is definitely one of the reasons that I am who I am today.
Y'all, welcome back. Good afternoon. Y'all having some fun today? Sweet. We are ready to get our second wave of the CTF Showdown started. So without further ado, I'm going to start welcoming some of our athletes onto the stage, starting with Alex Cantor. Come on down, Alex. Next up, we have Cauldron. Following Cauldron, we have Sneha, Siri. And last but not least, Michelle Makavedi. So as a reminder, this wave will be another 45 minutes. The clock will start here in just a couple of moments. These four will be competing against each other for a spot in the grand finale, which will kick off later this afternoon. So wish them some good luck and have some fun.
In 2001, dial-up still dominated. CDs gave way to MP3s. Boy bands were everywhere. We realized the internet was here to stay, and with it, the need for cybersecurity, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance was born. Fast forward to today.
Everything is so interconnected today, but at the end of it all is trust. You have to trust the systems and the different ways that you are interacting and engaging with other people.
Cybersecurity is more complex than ever before, and it touches everyone's lives. And it can be really hard for just the general public to find resources on how they can stay safe online.
Creating a secure internet is a group effort. It takes more than a village. It takes an alliance comprised of government experts, industry leaders, and leading executives across brands and companies.
We should expect that companies that we trust are going to tell us how to keep the bad guys out, because that's the partnership we need to see.
It's really important for companies to support nonprofits like the NCA, helping people really secure themselves in the ever-evolving cyber threat landscape.
From families to Fortune 500s, we build partnerships to foster a greater digital good and advocate for a safer use of technology, so all Americans can experience the benefits of technology while reducing its risks.
It's digestible for my mom, my grandmother, my daughter. Everybody can understand this information because everyone needs a network that is actually taking action to make America and the world a safer place.
As the U.S. celebrates America 250, we proudly mark 25 years of keeping Americans safe online. The National Cybersecurity Alliance, empowering a more secure, interconnected world.
Welcome back once again to US CyberCon here at the legendary HyperX Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas. I'm Pete Hay, your host, and I'm joined by Ben, Cliff, and Martha from the charity beneficiaries. We have the National Cybersecurity Alliance, Savvy Cyber Kids, and Gold Star Gamers, respectively. First of all, thank you all for joining us. I'm so thrilled.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
The charity battle is one of my favorite aspects of this competition, that we get to give back a little bit, and I think it's great to see the competitors get the opportunity to compete for something that has meaning and has an impact beyond just bragging rights. So tell me a little bit about, I'm just going to go in order right now. Tell me a little bit, give me your elevator pitch for what is the National Cybersecurity Alliance and why should I care about it?
Oh, sure. So the National Cybersecurity Alliance is a national nonprofit. We've been around since 2001. Post 9/11, we got together, with the Department of Homeland Security, newly formed at that time, to make sure that we're elevating cybersecurity as a national security issue. So our whole thing is awareness and education about how to keep people safe online. So our URL, staysafeonline.org, really talks about that, and we have all kinds of interesting resources, from videos to blog posts, articles, resources, and we're probably best known for Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So every October is National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Many people will roll their eyes and say, yes, I know, I have to deal with it at work every year. Many people who don't know about it yet are like, what is National Cybersecurity Awareness Month? So it's just a time where we really focus on awareness and education about cyber issues that we're really trying to push out to all kinds of different folks at many different levels.
So really that eye roll is an indicator of success, right? Like
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. No, that's our Super Bowl. So
that's right.
We're gearing up for it again this year, and we just try to reach as many people as possible to make sure that people are keeping themselves safe online.
Oh, that's wonderful. Ben, tell me a little bit about the Savvy Cyber Kids.
Sure. So at Savvy Cyber Kids, we believe teaching kids to be safe online starts as early as possible, because parents are putting kids in front of tablets and gaming systems and TVs streaming all the time on YouTube before they can really sit up on their own strength, right? Because they're using it as digital babysitters. So we understand the reality of today and what parents are doing, and we create children's picture books, so parents have something easy that they can do. They don't have to think about it. They just read the books to kids, and the kids learn how to protect themselves online, because child sexual predators are going after them with abandon.
Well, and I was in the Navy, so the picture part of the picture book is very important for me. I'm very grateful for that. I think it makes it accessible to children and people who came later to reading.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't tell the grandparents, don't tell the aunt and uncle, don't tell the parents, but they're learning too while they're reading the book to the young people in their lives.
So it would be acceptable, unacceptable, rude to send my grandparents these books?
I mean, it would be.
If I market it as for the kids, it'd probably get
100%.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Well, tell me a little bit about Gold Star Gamers, Martha.
So we are a nonprofit that works with kids who lost a military or veteran parent, and we deliver services through video games. So we do everything from memorial services in Minecraft to peer support groups and Discord to mentorship programs and in-person events.
Well,
we also do cybersecurity training.
I have an 11-year-old, and so his love language is acts of Minecraft. So
yeah,
I think it's great that you're meeting them where they're at.
It's where the kids are. It's where they want to be, and I know what you two do is so important. And we were talking earlier, and we've had several of our kids have really bad experiences online, and that was one reason why we really wanted to start Gold Star Gamers, is because of the risky environment. And I always tell, I know you say you have to train the parents, but I tell parents you wouldn't send your kids to play at a playground in the dark without any kind of protection. So why would you send them out on the internet without any protection?
Yeah, they don't even think about it.
Yeah, sure. Well, and I'm a single parent. Kids are a lot of work, it turns out. I didn't see that fine print in
advance. They don't come with a handbook either.
No,
and they're
they'll let just
expensive.
anybody have them.
Yes.
If there was some kind of screening program, I'm not sure I would have made it through. But I'm delighted. I'm delighted to have him, right? And I promise. And and so having resources like this are such a huge advantage, right? I do want my son. I let him play games. I let a lot of people are very anti-Roblox. I let him play. Yep. But we were talking about it earlier. I also let him play when he's about there from me, and that's been my approach. So you've got education for them, and then you're being able to support them directly.
Yep. I mean, the answer is not to say you cannot go play just because there's people that might be at the playground, right? I mean, the answer is to have age-appropriate conversations, to protect your kids, to train them, to, have as much trust in the environment. Obviously, security and privacy are both equally important and very different.
Yeah, and parents, they often ask, well, I want to give my child privacy. I want to give them freedom. And I tell them, you actually can't do that legally. Like, you are legally responsible until they turn 18 to make sure they grow up safe.
Right.
So if they become a victim, that's on you, parents. So let's really kind of step in there and know you're not invading privacy. You're helping them navigate what comes at them that is completely not age appropriate for them.
There was a quote, and I can't remember who said it, but the idea of parenting is not necessarily to prevent your children from doing dangerous things, but to teach them how to do them carefully, with care. And so, when they start getting a little bit older, that's where your resources start coming in, right?
Absolutely. So we focus on pretty much all age groups above 18 at the moment. So we actually, at the opposite end of the spectrum, have a newer program called Then and Now for older adults. So these are for your parents and grandparents. And what we do is we train folks who are maybe caretakers or who are, wanting to go volunteer in the community and put on a workshop and actually train the older adults. And similar to what Ben was saying, in terms of having adults train older adults, those adults are learning too. So it's kind of a two-way street. But we've seen this need in older adults, and many people who have older parents or aging parents in their lives or older adults in their lives will recognize the obvious need to serve that group because they're no longer being trained at work. They're not growing up in the internet age themselves. So we've created a resource that's actually a printed written workbook that they can go through and fill out and learn about how to do basic things online, like using multi-factor, strong unique passwords, password managers, and kind of all the online basics that we talk about as an organization.
And that Microsoft tech support is not calling you to tell you that you have a problem?
And that's not actually Microsoft calling you. Exactly. Yeah. It actually literally says it's not impolite to not answer the phone.
Right.
You don't need to answer every call or respond to every message. So lots of great advice in there, and we're really focused on that group as well, bringing the community together to help educate those folks.
I keep grinning as you're describing this because I'm just envisioning I think it's the Progressive commercial where they're trying to teach the parents not to turn into their parents.
Yeah.
Yes, I love those.
I love that.
This is the cybersecurity equivalent of that.
Yes.
It's like, no. It's the Nigerian prince is fine. He does not need your help. He's a prince. Everything will be all right.
Yeah, one of the things we talk about when we go to schools is we tell kids, do not answer the phone or respond to a text message if it's a number that's not in your contact list. Right. It is okay. For some reason, they're okay being rude to parents, but they're not okay being rude to an unknown number.
Well, and I think kids these days, they kind of have a little bit of an ego when it comes to online, and I feel like they think they can handle situations that, as parents, we don't want them in those situations to begin with. So we did have a child years ago who had a gentleman online who was showing him pictures of himself in exchange for playing video games with this kid. And this kid's response was, I know I wasn't supposed to, but it's okay. I only had to look for a second, and then I got all this great attention. And you can tell kids over and over and over again, don't do these and don't do that. But back to what you're saying about kids wanting privacy, I understand if kids want privacy with their peers, but when you're in an environment with adults, you don't get privacy.
Right.
That should never be on the table.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it is, I make light of parenting, but it is probably the most serious thing I'll ever do.
It's also like a full-time job.
It turns out,
I had no idea.
Yeah, like all hours of the day and night, no real weekends off either.
And I think that's the problem is the internet, if you can access it, it's all the time. It's 24/7. And so parents don't know how to supervise. And I don't think they understand that of all the, the family support center and Discord and, the safety that isn't, that's available.
One of the things that I've noticed is a false sense of security. I noticed it first when I started saying, I work in cybersecurity. And I hear someone say, my kid's a computer genius. And what they really are is someone who enjoys playing Call of Duty on the computer.
So still vulnerable to people on the other side of the keyboard.
But see, the thing is, think about that mindset. My kid's computer savvy because they can play video games, but so the parent has lowered their guard.
So kids have no inhibition. So they'll do and they'll try. If you put a kid in front of a game they've never played before, they'll figure it out. If you put a game in front of an adult that's never done it, the adult will be like, I have no idea what to do.
Well,
and they won't do it.
And it actually, coming back to the CyberCon, this gives you the opportunity to, while you're still young enough to have that kind of. For me, it's embarrassment.
Neuroplasticity.
When I was younger, I had no fear of looking like an idiot, and now that I've perfected looking like an idiot, I don't like it. So, these games are such a great opportunity to take those risks and take those challenges and use that failure to build skill. Mm-hmm. Going back to the National Cybersecurity Alliance, we were joking about October, but that's got to be, what a great opportunity that is to, and I'm assuming both of you do October, reach out in cybersecurity for all of these things, right? Mm-hmm. How does that feel at the National Cybersecurity Alliance? We were joking about it earlier, but doesn't that feel amazing to hear that?
No, it's great. I mean, I think it's been around for such a long time, and it's so helpful to a lot of organizations, that we're really proud of what we're able to do and the reach we're able to get out there with Cybersecurity Awareness Month, that organizations that join in as champions or that build on it can ride that momentum, right? There's going to be stuff talked about it all month. You can't miss it anymore. And so if you're at an organization that doesn't celebrate, I would say, Cybersecurity Awareness Month yet, you decide to jump in, you're going to jump into something that has tons of momentum, tons of awareness, and it's really going to help drive it home with your employees that your organization cares about cybersecurity and that there are things you can do to not only make the organization more secure, but your own life at home as well.
And it's hard to miss your billboards that you put up along the highways throughout the country.
That's right.
During October.
We've done a little bit of that, but not too much yet.
Yeah.
Well, I really can't tell you all how much I appreciate everything you do. I've been a direct beneficiary of your work in terms of some of the people that we've hired in, because it opens doors and it expands opportunity and the edge. I mean, think about it. 10 years ago, there were practically no cybersecurity programs out there except for the National Cyber Centers of Excellence, and now there are practically no schools that don't have one.
Yeah.
And so, as a hiring manager, I've benefited. As a parent, what you guys are doing is incredible, and I'm really, really grateful for it. And as a veteran, obviously, for Gold Star Gamers, I don't think there's anything that's cooler than taking care of the kids whose parents have made the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you all very much for coming today.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
I'm cheering for each of your teams to win. I don't think I've ever been so conflicted. I'm hoping it's a three-way tie. That's the only takeaway that I've got here today. Four-way tie. So anyway, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for coming. We'll be back right in just a moment with another Fireside Chat.
In 2001, dial-up still dominated. CDs gave way to MP3s. Boy bands were everywhere. We realized the internet was here to stay, and with it, the need for cybersecurity. And the National Cybersecurity Alliance was born. Fast forward to today.
Everything is so interconnected today, but at the end of it all is trust. You have to trust the systems and the different ways that you are interacting and engaging with other people.
Cybersecurity is more complex than ever before, and it touches everyone's lives. And it can be really hard for just the general public to find resources on how they can stay safe online.
Creating a secure internet is a group effort. It takes more than a village. It takes an alliance comprised of government experts, industry leaders, and leading executives across brands and companies.
We should expect that companies that we trust are going to tell us how to keep the bad guys out, because that's the partnership we need to see.
It's really important for companies to support nonprofits like the NCA, helping people really secure themselves in the ever-evolving cyber threat landscape.
From families to Fortune 500s, we build partnerships to foster a greater digital good and advocate for a safer use of technology, so all Americans can experience the benefits of technology while reducing its risks.
It's digestible for my mom, my grandmother, my daughter. Everybody can understand this information because everyone needs a network that is actually taking action to make America and the world a safer place.
As the U.S. celebrates America 250, we proudly mark 25 years of keeping Americans safe online. The National Cybersecurity Alliance, empowering a more secure, interconnected world.
Hello and welcome once again to the legendary HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas for US CyberCon, the first inaugural US CyberCon. I am joined by David Raymond from Virginia Tech, where you are the CISO.
Yes.
Correct? That's always nice to know that I am right about that. It's always good when we agree on these things.
Good to know who you're talking to.
Right. So Virginia Tech has a cyber range, and I don't even have words to describe how big a proponent of range-based training I am. I started a company entirely around that concept,
great.
And so I'm thrilled to hear that you guys have one. I'd love to hear about how you use that to bring practical training to your students.
Yeah, so we created it's the Virginia Cyber Range, so it's not the Virginia Tech Cyber Range, although it is owned and operated. We built it at Virginia Tech, but it's funded by the state of Virginia.
Okay.
And it supports K-12 and college students across the state.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's fantastic. So about 10 years ago, we got funding from the state to build this. We had 2 years of funding to create a cyber range platform for use by students and faculty across the state of Virginia. And we had some money, but we weren't sure if it was going to be enough, and if we were going to be able to do the thing they wanted us to do. I mean, it was we had this mandate to create a thing that could be used by students wherever they are, right? And if you think of the state of Virginia, there's a bunch of people up in the Northern Virginia area, folks down in the Tidewater, but then you have this long tail of sort of more rural students, and so there's not necessarily great like fiber running to all these different schools, and students are issued Chromebooks. Most of them don't have a fully featured device to
the pedal-powered
run.
ones, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So we built this thing. We ended up building it in the cloud. So we worked with Amazon Web Services and partnered with them, and they helped out a lot, including giving us about $500,000 worth of credits to sort of get this thing off the ground. And what we did was we built network environments in the cloud that are provisioned by the instructor.
Okay.
So right now we're supporting about 11,000 students per semester across the state. And we have a staff in the cyber range of about a dozen folks.
Okay.
And so it just doesn't scale for us to be provisioning infrastructure for people. So we built a provisioning back end so that an instructor who has an account can come in and create a course and provision the infrastructure that the students are going to use in AWS. And they select from a drop-down list of environments, right?
Okay.
So they're not creating environments, because a lot of the teachers, they just wouldn't be able to do that. But we give them everything from a single virtual machine up through like a complex network where you have multiple students behind firewalls, and they can set up a sort of an attack defense scenario. So it's really a fully featured cyber range used by students and faculty across the state of Virginia, and it's being used by both high school and collegiate cybersecurity courses, as you can imagine. And Virginia, at about the same time the cyber range got started, the Virginia Department of Education was creating high school level cybersecurity classes under the CTE program. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's awesome. And so we really partnered with the state Department of Education, made sure that what we were building was going to support the classes.
Sure.
And it just caught fire. And these classes are taught in like half of the high schools in Virginia.
That's amazing.
It's Virginia leads the nation by far in terms of the number of schools that are teaching cybersecurity classes, the number of students who have the availability of a cybersecurity class either in their own high school or in a nearby high school. So it's been a huge success. Also used by almost all the higher ed in the state of Virginia. So we have college students in there doing stuff. We have high school kids in there doing stuff. So we started with the infrastructure piece. Build the environments that the students need to have in order to do the thing. Built courseware to go along with it, so the teachers can download the labs and the presentation slides and all the stuff, so they can teach the classes. Give the labs to the students. Students can do the labs, and then. Back in 2019-ish, we built our own CTF platform.
Okay.
So we're big on CTFs. I've been involved in CTFs for many years. I was on faculty at West Point and created the cyber competition team at West Point and got those students doing competitive CTFs. And now at Virginia Tech, I'm the faculty advisor for the Cybersecurity Club. So love CTFs. We've pushed CTFs down into the high schools. So
Absolutely.
now we got high school kids doing CTFs, so they can use our platform to solve challenges. We put some CTF challenges in the range, right? So we'll give them an environment with a couple of different VMs of some vulnerabilities here and there, and they have to find the stuff. A lot of it is just sort of Jeopardy style, standard CTF. But we built our own platform, and the reason we built our own platform was we wanted to build in functionality so that it comes with a library of challenges that teachers can download into their CTFs. So we used to use CTFD, which is a great platform, but it didn't have this library functionality, right? You could move challenges between CTFD CTFs, but
it couldn't kind of host them internally. Really.
And it doesn't provide the interface so that I can just like click add challenge and then see, I can filter on networking challenges or reverse engineering challenges or whatever, select the thing that I want to put it in my CTF,
right,
and it's ready to roll.
Yeah, so you couldn't just like provision a kind of custom competition on the fly.
Yes, right. And the teachers can also, they can of course create their own CTFs. Then they can save their CTF to the library.
Oh, fantastic.
So if I'm going to
you didn't just create a tool, you created a standard by an extensible standard.
We created the entire platform. We created the entire platform. It's really, it's very widely used. It's a great tool. I'm just thrilled to see that. I mean, when we started this, I was the person who was charged with getting this thing up and running, and I wasn't even sure if it was going to work. You know what I mean?
And you were kind of, it's always funny how those great successes come at those inflection points.
Yeah.
That with AWS giving you the support, but then also the evolution of what is possible inside the cloud.
Well, yeah, and it was at a time when it was at a time when the cloud was really making a lot of things possible that weren't possible before, I happen to be in a place where, I built the thing that I wanted to use in the classroom.
Sure.
So I taught at West Point. I maintained my own lab environments. I had all this VMware infrastructure. I was setting up labs and having to refresh those things and copy VMs here and there. And I was like, what I really want is a cloud-based platform where I can create my class and deploy the environments, and it just goes. And so really, I built the thing that I wish I had 10 years before.
Isn't that the best feeling? It's one of my favorite aspects of getting to work with these competitions, working with students and teams. Even when I was, I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but I taught for a long time.
Okay.
And getting to be able to stand in a classroom, and one of the things I did as I transitioned from teaching the classroom to developing the content as well is, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't just, there were times where the content would get a little stale, and as an instructor, you can make up for a lot. You can give additional challenges, you can kind of do things on the fly. But when I got into content design, that was when I was finally, I'd be like, all right, what do I wish I had? And it's one of the best feelings on the planet.
Yeah, and it's so important to provide teachers with resources. They're so dang busy. They can't just be expected to have to create all the content for all their classes every day. It's just, I can't imagine having to do that.
I mean, we can expect them to do that. I just think that the level of success expectation has to be adjusted similarly. So, we've got just another minute before you go. Obviously, I was going to go out on a limb and predict that you're a big believer in this style of competition.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
What would you say is the most? I actually want to step away from the adult competition. As you look down into the K through 12 component, I imagine it skews a little more towards the 12 than the K side. What sorts of things do you see as the biggest benefit you're able to bring into the, let's say, high school classrooms?
I tell you, it's CTFs and competitions. It's really the gateway drug to getting students to study computer science and cybersecurity. Students who never would have thought of it. You expose them to a CTF challenge. They find the thing. They put it in. They get points. And oftentimes there's not even a prize, right? But it's such an energy jolt to solve the problem, get the points, and some of the students aren't so interested, but so many of them, once they do that a few times, then next time they're going to be solving the harder challenges, and then next time the harder challenges, and next thing you know, these kids are coming to Virginia Tech studying cybersecurity, and I'm thrilled to see these kids. I mean, I see them all the time. We do an annual, huge high school level competition, and these kids, come up and introduce themselves and say, "Hey, I'm coming to Virginia Tech next year." And I mean, it's just awesome. It's really cool.
That's fantastic. Well, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time, both to see me, but to do what you do. I'm really thrilled, and I'm a huge believer in ranges. So since you agree with me, we must both be geniuses.
Absolutely,
and,
yes.
I'm really grateful to have made your acquaintance today, and I'm really grateful for your, for the efforts that you're making on behalf of those students.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me. This was great.
Thanks, David. Well, we'll be back in just a minute with some more, with a check-in back on how the competition is going. All right, welcome back once again to US CyberCon at the HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. I am, of course, your host, Pete. I'm joined by Wookie, Nick, and Thanos from Hack the Box, who are going to tell us a little bit about, not just about the platform itself, although there may be some discussion of that, but about what it's like to build a challenge like the one that our competitors are taking on right now. How do you approach that? So go ahead, Nick.
So, just a pretext, I've been working at Hack the Box for 7 years now. I was one of the first employees.
Okay.
Fun fact.
Congratulations.
So, I've seen it from start to finish. Not finished yet. Wait. Maybe I said something wrong. Okay.
Spoiler alert.
I got to the ending. And it's been really rewarding and impactful what we've seen with how the community is giving us feedback. They are learning. Basically, why I've been here for 7 years is that the mission of the company, as I would say it, from the community side, is affordable cybersecurity learning, and it's accessible in a nice gamified way where people can learn at their own pace, and they can learn from each other, they can mentor each other, they can talk with the authors, get a sense of what they were thinking when creating that piece of content. And Thano?
I mean, I can talk about what we think when creating a challenge in general.
Yeah, that's definitely. So Wookie and I we've done the competitions. I've built training, but competitions I've designed large-scale exercises, but not the kind of gamified training that you all have. So yeah, I'm really interested in how you approach it. Again, from a competitor's perspective, and Wookie joined me on this. I always, you get kind of the story, right? And that's designed to like hook you and drag you in. But then you have a choice for how you approach it. Do you fuzz and enumerate like crazy, or do you try and follow the story and have a more tailored approach? I'm assuming that you have some kind of goal in mind as you design this exercise.
I mean, first of all, I started as a player before being a creator. So my idea was like, okay, I'm seeing a challenge. What do I like about that? What do I learn? So that was my perspective when I was playing a challenge. And when I became the creator, I was like, okay, I want to show something to the players that they're going to enjoy, that they're going to learn from it. So this is our perspective. We found a bug and say, okay, this is a nice bug. They might learn something from it. And I'm like, okay, now I need to implement it somehow to be realistic, to be gamified, to be more enjoyable for the players. And that's how we go. We find a bug, and we're like, yeah, I want to implement that. And after that, we're like, we need to create a storyline. For example, for every CTF, for Cyber Apocalypse, for example, we created together a storyline. The Salt Crown, it was like Game of Thrones look-alike. And on that, when you have the bug...
I would say a better version of Game of Thrones.
Yes. We deserve a Nobel, actually.
If we're talking about Season 8, that's not a hard bar to set right now. So.
Yeah, for Season 8, yeah.
So yeah, we go like... We're live, right?
Yes.
So we go like that. We find the bug, we try to implement it to a storyline that we like, and then produce the best quality and quantity of challenges.
Okay, so kind of breaking it down, Barney style for some of us, like Knuckle Dragon mechanics that started back in the day. So you start with the bug, and then you work back, and then you build a story around that, trying to get to that end goal. Is that how you guys approach building these bugs out there, or do you start with the story of, I want to kind of see this, and what can I find a bug to feed into that?
Before we start any kind of development, we have like a panel of judges, I would say, where we create a storyline that we really want it to be plausible and make sense and immerse you in it. I don't want to brag, but I would literally see me as a Netflix producer or something.
I just picture Nick right now with like the board. Is he drawing out like storyboards?
Yes, I think so.
No, move that. No.
He's exactly like this.
Poor Thanos.
When I do training, one of the biggest challenges I have is I want a student to have a specific experience, right? I call that a curated experience, but I don't want it to be contrived, right? And I think you mentioned this is a good bug, and I think that's how you avoid. I'm assuming that's one of the big things you do to avoid being contrived is like, no, it has to be legit. It has to be something that you would find in the wild for real.
Yeah, I mean, most of the times we try to avoid, first of all, rabbit holes. I mean, when you have something, you need, okay, this is the bug. I'm trying to exploit it. See how it works, why it works this way, and proceed like that.
No honeypots, huh?
Well, I was going to say, now I'm curious, do you guys throw intentional red herrings out there too? You're saying you don't want a rabbit hole, but do you still kind of think about what can I do to kind of distract with a small red herring?
Yeah, we're trying to avoid that. I mean,
okay.
We're trying to find bugs that are difficult to exploit, so we don't need to distract players with
if it's hard enough.
Yeah.
They'll distract themselves.
Basically, 2 points, sorry. It's the difficulty should derive from the complexity of the exploitation process alone. So no blind work, no guesswork. the like also if you put quality and love into the kind of hacking scenario that you put out, people are more inclined to basically spend more time and immerse themselves into the universe that we've created for hackers to hack.
You want them to be learning, not cursing.
Yeah.
Yes, both.
Well, so one question I have with that then, as you're approaching these and you say you want those high quality, do you guys have a certain standard of how much publication has to be out there, how much research is available to somebody to actually research and see what is involved in this bug before you include something like that, so that way it isn't a rabbit hole, there is a plausible explanation and solution that can be found by the players?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the CTF, it depends on the challenge. For example, if you are going for a very easy challenge, you're trying to abuse some public CVs, for example, a buffer overflow, an integer overflow, an SQL injection, easy stuff. That you can just search on the web, what is SQLi, and you'll see some examples, you solve the challenge.
ChatGPT, give me an
Copy,
exploit.
paste.
Yeah. But
Exploit.
if you go for some insane challenges, then there are very limited public records on what you can find. So people should go there and understand it, try to modify it, because we won't just take them copy-paste.
Yeah.
So they need to understand the bug, try to see how it works in our challenge. So yeah, right. If you're going for an insane challenge, they need to do some.
All right, so you guys aren't necessarily dropping like fresh 0 days yourselves that you're expecting them to find.
Sometimes we do that.
Insider knowledge, you guys heard it here first.
Well, Nick, Thanos, thank you so much for coming to join us. I really appreciate you helping us get a better understanding of, what is going on behind the scenes, what goes into the creation of this. Because I think sometimes we see the competition, even as a competitor, you see the competition, and you're like, well, here's my feedback on that. But it's really nice getting to see behind the curtain a little bit and meet the wizard, as it were. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be right back with checking in with Roman on the charity battle and how it's going. Welcome back once again to the US CyberCon here at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. I am joined once again by Roman from Skillbit. Roman, thanks so much for making the time for me. And Wookie, you're all right too.
I try.
So Roman, tell us about how the competition's going. What are we seeing kind of as emerging trends?
So we actually see that all teams were able to exploit at least one service. So if you look at the scoreboard, every single team except the NOP team. So NOP team is just a team that doesn't have any players behind it, and the reason it's there is so that teams can test their exploits against the service without having to reveal their
very
attacks.
clever.
Yeah, because all of the traffic is recorded and available to the teams, and so they can test things without being worried.
As we saw earlier, when a team threw an exploit, another team ended up capturing the exploit, reverse engineering it, and be able to throw it themselves.
Yep.
Okay.
And so we see that every single team has some attack points. A few teams have actually gone down on the scoreboard because of their relatively poor uptime score, and so you can see that it really hurt a few of the teams. One of the teams is going pretty far with attack scores, and a lot of the teams are trying to catch up. But we have been seeing activity on most of the challenges across most of the teams.
It's really interesting that Reactor Forge as a challenge has been, it's obviously dominated here by Team 3, but the other teams, I don't think anybody's scored on it, have they?
I don't think so. But you can see this team has, I guess partially it's because of their uptime score. So they have the lowest defense penalty, which means their flags weren't stolen as much, but that's likely because of their
downtime.
I will say it is interesting just looking at those scores too. Just data analysis is the exact same thing. So you can tell that they've used the same exploit against all other teams because you see that exact same defensive score across there.
That's an excellent point, and which means that they very effectively used. Well, they solved it even before they deployed to within that 2-minute tick, right?
Yeah.
So they must have hit all the other teams within that 2 minutes.
Well, so after a flag is planted, you have, I think, 5 ticks. So you actually have 10 minutes to report it.
Okay.
And teams are able to see all of the flags that are kind of available. They can see the ID that they correspond to in the platform. But they do have to automate. We actually can see some of the participant screens, how they are manually copying, looking at some of these challenges, manually copying the flag, putting it into the platform. Which gives them the points, but it's definitely not enough to bring them, to the top.
Right. Okay. So following on with that, let's see. Did we see any where everybody has captured it? I think because we talked about possibly exploring, like how these approach. I think Groom Lake we have.
I can show you some. So I can show you some examples of some of the tools the participants have. And unfortunately, we don't have. So all of the services are hosted in the cloud behind a VPN. So this machine is not on the VPN, so we won't be able to access those services. But you can see some of the tools the participants are using. So all of them have access to the virtual machine that runs these services. Let me make it full screen. So this is VS Code in the browser. You can see right here they're looking at the source code of one of the challenges. They're making changes here, and they're trying to patch it. If we take a look at another team, you can see they're using a tool called Tulip, for example, right here. This is one of the challenges. You can see right here. So this is the flag. And Tulip, well, they just exited out of it. So we can't. Let me see if I can go back to you a minute. All right. Let me see. Yeah. So no, it's not Tulip. So they have some tools that let them intercept the network traffic that's being sent towards their boxes. So this is. Did they just flip from it again? No.
I thought they did. I thought they were still running it there.
All right. Nobody's on that screen right now. Here they are. All right. Last chance.
Wait.
Big money, no whammies.
No whammy. Stop.
See Tulip right here.
Yes.
If they click right here, we'll see it.
Hey, click Tulip. Oh nope, they're not listening to me. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Oh.
All right.
So they're capturing network traffic.
Yeah. So we see, there it is. So you can see right here. This shows all of the network traffic that is being sent against their boxes by other teams. The network traffic is anonymized in such a way that they don't actually know which team the service is coming from.
Okay.
So the scoring engine, all the different teams, they all come from the same IP address.
Oh, okay.
Because if they knew which team it's coming from, they will simply be able to add like a firewall rule to block all the traffic except the scoring engine. And so that's why we have to make it so
excellent. That's a really creative solution.
Yeah, and so that's why we have to make sure that they don't know who's sending the traffic. I mean, unfortunately, there's a lot of other heuristics they can use. For example, the frequency of who's affected, like the steps they take. So at more,
which is okay. I mean, that is, if you think about it, if it is not uncommon for actual malware to have, a regular heartbeat, and if you wanted to go ahead and write a specific firewall rule or a Sigma rule or something like that was targeting that, legitimate approach.
Well, yeah, I think it's a great point to talk about is how do you block abnormal if you don't know what normal is? So you have to be able to look and see those things so you can then establish where do you even start from.
Yep. And, and so... But it does make it a little bit more difficult for us as organizers because we then have to make sure and randomize the scoring engine in such a way that it, takes different actions every time at random intervals while keeping things consistent and fair. But it is a really fun format that we have to work around. Yeah.
So what's the most clever thing you think you've done to kind of when you've seen a participant do something and you're like, first of all, that was very clever, you jerk. And then
Don't ever do that
what's
again.
a really clever workaround that you've come up with?
So I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but there's one example that I can share that I've seen another team do during one of these competitions. So we usually give the teams, a virtual machine that comes pre-installed with a lot of different tools, everything they need to participate in the competition. Some of them like to go overboard just for fun, and so in one of our attack and defense competitions, we actually had a team who put a traffic, like a forwarder, in between the service, and the internet, and sent all of the traffic that the teams were sending to AWS, outside of the competition environment. Used AWS firewalls to analyze the traffic, generate alerts, send them Slack alerts anytime somebody did something. It was like a 10-team competition. Definitely, absolutely no need to do that. But they spent so much time just having fun and just building this really crazy, intricate infrastructure just to, route this traffic and then do things with it. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things about the competition is that you're allowed to go entirely too far.
Yep.
And we were talking earlier about some war stories about things you've seen. I mean, I've seen people engage in things that are probably crimes. I've seen hotel uniforms being purchased from secondhand shops.
Wi-Fi jammers maybe being used on certain frequencies to get somebody an advantage somewhere.
Yep.
But so given that, so now let's talk a little bit more about something we just talked about with the Hack the Box team, how they build their challenges. Yours is very different. Yours are service-driven. So when you think about these scenarios, like you showed the Tulip example there, so I'm assuming that you're essentially looking at a traffic analysis challenge there.
Yeah, so we actually specialize in Jeopardy style competitions. So attack and defense is definitely something that we do, and often the type of content that we generate is pretty similar, but we I guess there are different kind of ways that we drive our content. So first, we have a lot of customers, and we listen to our customers, hear about what tools what types of training that they need. Sometimes we often hear that our customers are trying to use a certain tool, but a lot of their employees are not, experienced in that tool. So can we build some tool-specific training?
Excellent. I'm really glad you mentioned that because we're seeing this from the perspective of a charity battle.
Yep.
But you are a company, and you obviously have customers, so that makes perfect sense. That you're trying to. So you might, for instance, have them say, "Hey, we really want to get better at using this host forensics or memory forensics tool. So can you give us some challenges in that regard that kind of reward and incentivize that expertise?" That's excellent. Okay.
Yeah. And then also, there are different frameworks, different just kind of basic topics, foundational topics that we're trying to make sure that we have enough content for. At this point, we have a really large content library, and so we're trying to go deep. And for example, right now, ICS, it's one of those topics.
Everybody loves industrial control systems.
It's one of those topics that we unfortunately just don't have a lot of content in right now.
Sure.
But so we're trying to build that out. Some categories like web security. We have tons of challenges in there, and so what we're doing there is we're taking all the content that we've developed in the past and kind of categorizing it and just making it a little bit more, presenting it in different ways.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
So talking about new technologies and stuff, how is you as a content creator, how do you protect yourselves from having content that's out there being leveraged by AI and taking away from that learning opportunity from you guys, so you can still make sure that your customers are actually getting the quality training and effects of what you're building versus just having AI give an answer?
Yeah, so we have different content libraries that we use for different purposes. For some competitions, we have challenges that explicitly have solutions published online, where the point of the competition is to for you to learn, and we don't really care if you use AI. If you can use AI, you're going to be at a disadvantage if you do, because you're not going to learn as much. But you're welcome to look up the solution, follow the solution. So we kind of have that library. We have a library of challenges that we make sure that doesn't get leaked. If we see something get leaked, we immediately take it out of the library.
Perfect. Okay.
And then,
that sounds like a really pragmatic approach.
Yeah. But for AI, it really depends on the company, because we have some companies, some customers that say we really want to make sure that users don't use any, players don't use any AI because we want to see what their skills are. And then there's the other camp where they say you must use AI,
right?
Because we want to make sure that in the real world, we're
that our
using it,
tokens
yeah.
get, we blow through our token budget.
Yeah, and so
well, Roman, first of all, thank you for taking the time. We've got an interview coming up in just a minute with Jessica, who's the brains behind this entire outfit. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time to explain a little bit more about the game, what's going on, and helping us see what's actually happening a little bit behind the scenes.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Thanks
for
again.
having me.
All right, thank you so much, Roman.
We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back to the HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, the best place for cyber esports competition. And I'm joined by my dear personal friend, Jessica Gullick, who is the, goodness gracious, US Cyber Games, Cat's Eye, Play Cyber. I've seen you juggle. I mean, you can do it all.
No, all about tech sports, all about making cyber a sport. But Pete, tell us about you, because there's a reason you're here today. All of your background, experience. You and I met a few years ago when we were here.
We did, yes. So let's see. I mean, I helped design the exercise that we did in, I think it was 4 years ago.
Yep.
When we were here for the US Cyber Games. I think that was a qualifier.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky enough to have gotten to do a lot of really interesting things with a lot of people who were smarter than me throughout the years. And fortunately, that appears to be contagious. And I've picked up some things along the way. I am a big believer. I was one of those guys who had my own, highly suspicious basement that I'm sure got me on a government watch list at some point in time with all the Cisco devices that I was purchasing. And so, the idea of a range is something that I became very fond of. After I got out of the military, I went down and taught at JCAC in Pensacola. I taught for it used to be called ANRC, but Focal Point, which has since been acquired by CDW. And I got to travel all over the world and teach students. And I saw the pros and cons of classroom instruction. I mean, obviously, I'm a delight, so me teaching is a big advantage. But there were things where objectively, the students learned way more when they were hands-on dealing with challenges than when I was standing up there shouting at them. So, I think that naturally led to range content development, and a friend of mine, Sean Donnelly, started a company called Resolvent that I got to be employee number, depending on how you do the math, 2 or 3 at.
Okay.
And we were acquired by SimSpace, which is a range company, because we're building range training, and I've been in the range training and development space ever since.
Okay. Very cool. And then, so what are you doing now?
Now I'm the CEO of Arbiter Security. We build training content. We have 2 cybersecurity, one granted and one pending right now. it's kind of the same thing. Is when you see a problem, you try and solve it. And I was recently, although the administrative order hasn't come out yet, I was granted the permission to operate as a law firm.
Wow.
And hire attorneys because
How different.
That's not the first time that sentence has been said about me.
Yep.
But I felt that there were times that when I was asked to advise people, when they're saying like, well, how do I comply with this rule or law, or how do I do that? And I kind of felt like I had to say, I'm not an attorney. I can help you implement your compliance plan, but I can't build it for you from scratch. And fortunately, Arizona was kind enough to recognize that argument and say, you know what, letting you hire an attorney who can help you with the legal side and then you can provide the technical side, that makes sense to us. So I'm pretty excited about that next phase.
It's going to be very different.
It's
I wish you
very
all the
different.
luck with that.
Another sentence that's been said about me often.
Ditto, again. So we're both kind of leading new paths, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
Pioneering.
Well, I mean, and it's, like look at what, I hope you take a second and look over your shoulder as we stand up here kind of on the bridge of the starship looking down on the competition and see, there's so many people who have that opportunity to fail fast in a consequence-free environment. Those are some of my favorite buzzwords when it comes to ranges because, in an operational environment, failure isn't really an option the same way. When I was in the military, my chief petty officer wasn't saying like, good job, you tried real hard. It didn't work that way. Yep. And so, I had to fail at home so that hopefully I wouldn't fail at work. And that's what you're bringing these kids. And I'm really excited about that.
It's an honor and privilege because at the U.S. Cyber Games program, we have noticed that over the last few years, I've learned so much, by the way. Part of that is the cognitive skills. Mm-hmm. It's the fact that brilliant minds are coming out of academia every day, and they have the intelligence that we need to handle some of these problems. But in terms of being ready to deal with the crisis, ready to deal with large teams or even just regular sized teams, the ability to deal with long hours, and the amount of pressure that is really put on them, they don't have that training in academia. They have a little bit of the intelligence piece, but the games and sportifying it really gives them the opportunity to really practice the drills.
I agree, the resilience component. And do you know what came up surprising number of times in our Fireside chats today has been communication skills.
Yes.
That, that's one of the ways that we're kind of mitigating the consequences of exhaustion. One of the stories I told is, one of the opportunities I had was to put on major exercises for Fortune 10 companies. And one of the things that we consistently saw as, you'd be shocked to hear this, companies that have infinite budgets have really good teams.
Yeah.
So there's razor thin margins between them.
Yep.
But what differentiated a team that performed to the top and one that just performed well was often how good the handover was between shifts, or how well they tracked all of their ongoing incidents and systems, or
Absolutely.
What happens if we just tapped somebody and said, congratulations, you just won the lottery, you don't get to compete tomorrow.
Yep.
And they don't get to come back. Can they handle that knowledge drain because somebody got COVID and can't come back?
Exactly.
We weren't giving people COVID, to be clear. But, telling them they can't come back and participate tomorrow, can they handle that unanticipated? You get that here.
We're seeing that more and more. We're really focusing in on that. When we first started the program about 5 or 6 years ago, everybody was doing about like capture the flag, is all about the technical skills. And you got to be technical, and you do.
And
you definitely have to.
Yep.
But where the coaching comes in, and that's what we're here to do, is to meet more people and to recruit coaches and trainers, as well as cyber athletes. But it's this idea of help the next generation understand how to love their passes. Mm-hmm. I played a lot of basketball in my day. Right. And the coaches always said, love your passes. My pass to you, your ability to catch it isn't your responsibility, it's my responsibility. And so when we do drills or we do training leading up to major competitions, we're giving the athletes the ability to drill 3 to 5 questions. This is how you pass the challenge. The ability to delegate work at a young age is pretty powerful, because you're no longer just relying upon yourself, you're relying on others. And one more thing I'd like to kind of slip in is this concept of how this relates to high-performing teams in cybersecurity. they are faced in Capture the Flag with all these challenges. And what we're trying to do is realize it's not just about dividing and conquer, it's about having a strategy, right? It's about putting points on the board. And when you say that to a group of highly talented people that have done Capture the Flag for years, they don't see it that way. But once they start to see it, they're like, whoa, I've got to take a step back and realize it's not just me and my mental ability to solve this challenge. It's my ability to solve these challenges as a team. And that's where the passing and the triage and deciding, do I go for this lower hanging fruit that's going to get me the points, or do I spend hours and hours on this high performing challenge? And these are the things that I think really translate well into high performing teams in the workplace.
You know, one of the things that I, first of all, couldn't agree more. I think you're absolutely correct on that. And what I would add to that is understanding the difference between being stuck and being frustrated. Because
the tilt,
especially when you're surrounded by these talented people, you can be like, oh, I'm frustrated, I'm going to ask for help. That's not the same thing as stuck. And so that ability to say, okay, I'm now no longer advancing the ball, I need to break glass, pull lever, and get a grown-up. Or say, no, I'm not stuck. I'm frustrated, but I'm going to power through that frustration. I'm going to, there's a difference between seeking input and getting help and kind of learning how to do that. And I would say, again, in my opinion, that's a soft skill that when you bring that to the professional workforce,
it's a power skill.
Oh,
I don't like soft. I like
I mentioned that as well.
power.
I don't love the term soft skills because I see them often used as an excuse not to hire introverts.
But to your point, though, if you look at athletics and you look at in high school and college, you have the athletes that show up every day and they're your normal general athlete, right? But then you have your top performers. These are competing for college teams, D1, D2 teams, maybe going on to the Olympics. The difference between the two, of course, there might be some time difference or kind of thing.
And you can't
Self-awareness. It's self-awareness, right? It's the ability to go into practice that day and say, you know what, this is not the day for me to push it, or this is the day for me to push it. It's that understanding of my ability and how to sleep well and be mentally healthy and eat well and prepare and then come in with a competitive mindset and then get that frustration, that tilt, and still be able to click it off, And there's techniques we can teach them.
I couldn't agree more. That idea of, with the discipline, obviously, but a lot of those things, you're right, like that's already expected. And, a lot of these people are going to the best schools in the country, so they've got the discipline. But now we teach them how to operate, in that cohesive whole. And then even to say, like, what, I performed well, but I'm not sure that my skills are where I want them to be. Just because, a couple of those shots probably shouldn't have gone in. So, I didn't call bank on that one. I need to get the reps.
And that's what an athlete is. That's why we say cyber athlete. It's the individuals who want to take it to that next level. They're not just CTF junkies. These are people that are really striving to be the best that they can be to compete at the global level. And that's what we're all about, because by doing that, iron sharpens iron. Together globally, these teams from around the world, they're sharpening each other. And because of that, the next generation is going to be stronger and more ready for whatever the world has to come.
That's excellent. Well, I think that's the perfect place to end it. We have coming up a performance from Dual Core on the main stage, so I cannot wait to throw it down there and let them take over.
And they did a game on. Watch for it.
Yes.
We actually commissioned a song to go with the U.S. Cyber Games.
They wrote it specifically for us. That's really exciting.
That's very cool.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
All right, y'all. We are moving forward with today's agenda. The moment y'all have been waiting for. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Dual Core.
Check, check.
Woo! Let's go!
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
What? It's the 10 hack commandments. 1. Can't tell me nothing about this crypto. This OODA. Hackers on the grind. I ain't forget you. On my port scanners, on my SQL injectors, on my prompt injectors, on my model obliterators. We use AI now. Check. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. There's rules to these bits. Man pays for the manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get. Your back door's patched, not your house ransacked. Rule number uno, never let no one know how much code you hold. Cause you know, the 0 day people spray clear the way. If the log file touch, get your hard line cut. Number 2, never let them know your next move. Don't you know bad boys move in silence and pirate, taken from your wireless. I done flash mad hacks with these chips just to patch these bits. Number 3, never trust nobody. IRC is bad luck when you chat too much. Logged and tapped up, feds got mass plugs. They'll be waiting with the warrant to snatch stash up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Shut the up. Number 5, never do no hacks where you rest at. I don't care if you own a house, use a bounce. Number 6, any log, clear text, forget it. Encrypt all your data, take those bytes off the record. 7, this tool is so underrated. Keep identities and profiles completely separated. Cookies and lies don't mix like 2 bits and 1 snitch. Find yourself Quintana quick. Number 8, never keep no weight on you. Those cats that run your hacks can jack coins too. Number 9 should have been number 1 to me. Use your right to your attorney. Keep away from police. If people think you're talking, they won't give an option. They'll be hopping on your box and ready to start doxing. Number 10, shut the actual up. The easiest of rules, but it still bears repeating. Cause you want the recognition for your revenue increasing. Discard accounts, randomized handles. Law enforcement loves attacks on side channels. Burn your identities, credit card canceled. Avoid being the topic of a DEF CON panel. Don't bet your future on just a few tools. Even on your sites can have leaks too. Be smart about your OPSEC, think things through. They found DPR, they'll come find you. It's true. They pardoned DPR, they won't pardon you. Hack King, dual core, use Signal, use Tor. Everybody said, hack the planet! Amazing, US CyberCon. My name is Int80, I'm the rapper in a group called Dual Core. I hack computers
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pause on the playback, please. I hack computers, make rap music about it. This next song is called Dangerous Ways. It's a song that I wrote when I first read the first reports of Stuxnet after they had just come out. And it was like this watershed moment for me where it transformed like the model in my mind about hacking. To me, like hacking was just exploring and solving CTF challenges. And then all of a sudden it was this like real world thing that had geopolitical impact. So I wrote this song. I wanted to share it with y'all. It's a very deep cut. I think I've only rapped it live once when I first wrote it like 10 plus years ago. And so this is Dangerous Ways. Seven C's, 4 billion IPs, platoons full of soldiers, identical to me. I can chop at the root like the base of life's tree. Try to drop, but they shoot fire shots at high speed. Some like it hot, now they're screaming, why me? Tie the knot, you're engaged to this future like me. It's more than foreign war, where we're sure to die free. Hoarding for another tour, not the kind you sight see. Type keys, clear the channel history. I speak, condition anonymity. Wide screens, projecting all the imagery behind these high beams to display the settings visibly. Cold in this winter, see the steam from when I breathe. Agents of these ministries lock us in the freeze. The fight rages on while the victims mourn and grieve. The internet's the battlefield, believe we're under siege. This is hostile, never backing down. Scorched earth policies, we're standing on ground. Remembering respect to the message we're bound. The so dangerous to find a way around. This is hostile. Never backing down. Facing scorched earth policies, I'm standing my ground. Remembering respect to the message we're bound. The path is too dangerous to find a way around. There's a war going on outside. No man is safe from the cyber frontier. For this planet where our fate strung resort to back and forth. Given that I'll take some of course, I'd apply our mindset to this creation. Authenticate, cracked it, picked up, cracked it. Seems safe city infrastructure down for practice. Sure, you're secure, nobody can hack this. The reason they typecast white hat tactics. Threat is in and out, both sides of the coaster. Running out of time, so we've got to make the most of. Get a close up, don't want to get your hopes up and crash when they tried to pass SOPA, NOPA. Fear and chaos, the progress will unset. You think that you want some, feel free to come get. Open up your eyes, looking for the next Stuxnet. The code's already there, we just haven't let it run yet. It's hostile, never backing down. Scorched earth policies, I'm standing my ground. Remembering respect to the message we're bound. The path is so dangerous to find a way around. This is hostile, we're never backing down. Facing scorched earth policies, we're standing our ground. Never will forget to the message we're bound. The path is too dangerous to find a way around. Time for an update, situation critical. It's real world war, much more than individuals. Created a connection from virtual to physical that torched that bridge. And on the residuals, these are armies, not introverted smart kids. Fighting for the future leaves a smart grid. Hard hit, life support, power down, flatline darkness. Power to the people, not enough to make a heart skip. Country offline after striking with the core hit. Off switch option of nuking it from orbit. Sure they couldn't tell, even if we're sending more bits. No way to tell, even if they try to forfeit. Buffers overflow like a mushroom cloud. Climbing into high mem, the heap spraying down. Ports in the hatches, batting them down. You think this is fiction? It's happening now, this is hostile. Never backing down. Scorched earth policy, I'm standing my ground. Remembering respect to the message we're bound. The path's so dangerous to find a way around. This is hostile. We're never backing down. Facing scorched earth policies, I'm standing my ground. Never will forget to the message we're bound. The path is too dangerous to find a way around. Me and 6'4", we're kind of the same in ways. We both speak with our hands in dangerous ways. Me and 6'4", we're kind of the same in ways. We both speak with our hands in dangerous ways. Yeah, thank y'all. That last line, C64 is the other half of Dual Core. He's the producer who makes all the beats, and he also does the record scratches, so he speaks with his hands in dangerous ways, and I just sit at a desk and use a keyboard. This second to last song, I'm very honored to share with you all. This is the official theme song of the U.S. team for the U.S. Cyber Games. Very proud to represent. It's called Get in the Game. I hired my friend Lex, the Lexicon artist, to make a video for it, and I hope you all enjoy. I'm going to say, get in the game, move forward, take aim, attack and defense, first place on the claim, hit with precision, strike with fighter planes, yo, spark the payload, and then you all yell, yeah, we bring the flames. So well, quick test run. Get in the game, move forward, take aim, attack in defense, first place on the claim, hit with precision, strike like fighter planes, yo, spark the payload. Perfect. All right, let's do it. Try to keep count of how many memes are in this video. Yeah, U.S. Cyber Games. Dual Core. The Combine is open. Everything's getting hacked. Right out the Combine, we're ready to go. Running scans, building plans, taking over your host. We're cross-compiling code, plus develop knowledge. Point us at a target, believe we're gonna pop it. Found flaws in the logic, now the whole scheme is broken. We bypass controls and expel at any moment. We bypass it all. Credentials, tokens, and lock the top spot while your system fail open. Resilient, persistent, there's no going back. Please credit the authors rewriting your whole stack. Other teams stream to deny your machine. See us on your screen, then you know what it means. this is fine. Pull the ripcord, modules to import, memes up in the Discord. CVEs ordered by quick sort. We sprint forward, yeah, we got your bid for it. Check the dip board, get in the game, move forward, take aim. Attack and defense, first place on the claim. Hit with precision, strike like fighter planes. Yo, spark the payload. Get in the game, move forward, take aim. Attack and defense, first place on the claim. Hit with precision, we strike like fighter planes. Yo, let's spark the payload. Coming from all angles, all ports, all protocols, all data streams, all web sockets. We rise from Athens' ashes, behold a pure phoenix. Leveled up the whole team, we build on Greek beaches. Enhanced automation, committed code with reason. Began the US Open, expanded to open season. Tag flags in the fury, invading on a tirade. We fast hack radius servers, check the high rate. Fuel to the fire, believe we bring the high grade. Catch you in the shadows. Rain down on the backlash from the app crash. Mad stacks, landing payloads on every bad patch. Last laugh for the second pass on the double free. Check the graph, all your address base will belong to me. We might craft from internals, then expand rapidly. Hacking, packing, capturing anagrams to mastery the team. Yeah, we rain fire on the warlord supreme. See you from the top of the scoreboard. Get in the game, move forward, take aim. Attack and defense, first place on the claim. Hit with precision, strike like fighter planes. Yo, spark the payload. Get in the game, move forward, take aim. Attack and defense, first place on the claim. Hit with precision, we strike like fighter planes. Yo, let's spark the payload. Amazing, y'all. All right, did anybody get the final count of memes in the video? If you said it's over 9,000, you are correct. All right, we have one more song and then I'm out of here. I'll be around all weekend playing rap shows at DEF CON. It's always a pleasure to rock with y'all. My name is Int80. I'm the rapper in a group called Dual Core, and this song is from the video game Watch Dogs 2.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA.
2012. My hair color is a little different now. Yo, even out, settle scores quick. Our disaster recovery requires even more discs. Put your bites up, prove it or you forfeit. Got my C64 and we blew it into orbit. And Bison with 8 straight perfects. Overrolled emotions make hate break circuits. In case you heard, it's a name fake service. Optimize our runtime to escape verdicts. Got an integer scope flow that they can't sign. Passing code, didn't sanitize command lines, landmine. So before they'll see me after, I'm advice star, courage wolf plus velociraptor. Don't prove we're human unless you really have to. My team builds schemes and destroy, recapture, hit what they see. Finish this chapter. By the way, we're not any geeks with hack into NASA. We drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings, so we drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. 0 through 3, we're in every single lane. Yo, I'm just waiting till my BlackBerry dies, cause I'll replace it with a Raspberry Pi. Don't compare to this track, it makes everything they said dull. Neutralize any threat from Red Skull to Dev Null. They kill virus writers that we mentioned, but instead they ascended to the VX heavens and reincarnated as live wires. Still inside, behind psyches and signed device drivers. Which school will we hit next? They didn't learn the format, so we gotta print F. Next step is a chin check. Freestyles that I fit best, they didn't decrypt yet. Crushing the net MCs around battles. Get your Wi-Fi tackled, hacked by Pineapple. I don't think you'll like my Snapple, cause I popped it with vodka and a cyanide capsule. Are y'all ready to hack all the things? Here we go, here we go, here we go. We drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings, so we drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Drink all the booze.
You know there's gonna be security, right?
First we drink all the booze and hack all the things, then backdoor the firmware on anything you bring, regardless of the hardware, service or encoded, connected to the internet, someone's gonna own it. This is for the pirates and clapping love the sound, attacking from the clouds and we're backing underground. There's no mask from us out, we pop tornadoes around the globe, track and hunt you down. Hacks on a schedule, add it to your calendar, devices so undercover. This is for my comrades who stare at their debuggers and trace every buffer. Examining the code flow, haven't been to sleep, popping other no-dos. I think I'll need a planet-sized urn, cause some folks just wanna watch the world burn. Your turn.
We stay out of jail.
We drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings, so we drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. Drink all the booze. 023, we're in every single ring.
I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Hack all the things. Make some noise for Play Cyber, the US Cyber Games. Everybody competing here at US CyberCon. Make some noise for Kevin, Joe, and Ron, the staff, making all of this happen for me, making sure I'm here on time with the right equipment and sound. Thank you so much, Jess, Brad, for having me. I love y'all. My name's Int80. I'm a rapper in a group called Dual Core. Hack the planet.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you for everything you've done today. It's been amazing.
All right, welcome back one more time to the legendary HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. Really the only place for cyber esports. I'm joined once again by Roman from Skillbit, and we're gonna chat just a little bit more about the status of the competition, what the teams have been up to. I love looking up and seeing downtime on the monitor. It usually means that someone's either being aggressive or has been too aggressive in the past. So thanks again for joining us, Roman. What can you tell us about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so the competition just ended. We're not going to reveal which team is which. Only the team knows kind of which number corresponds to which team.
Sure.
But clearly, kind of one of the teams, they were able to exploit all the services, and that was kind of the thing that made them win. There's a really big gap between first and second place. The next few teams, they're all pretty close together. I think that the difference was also the attack points for the second place and the other teams. I mean, attack and defense is a.
Well, I mean, if you look at the third, I guess third place being no op is wrong. But I was going to say, like, the difference between 213 and 215 is just the uptime difference. But
yeah, and so this actually points out an interesting strategy. A lot of teams go into this competition really. I guess hot-headed. Like, they're really excited to go. They're ready to make a lot of changes, patch everything. But as soon as you start doing that, you really risk taking down your services if you're not careful. And so you can actually see why these teams ended up placing below the no-op team is because their services were down, which is more often than not is self-inflicted. Because it is against the rules to take down other team services.
Right.
And so you can kind of see how that played out.
That makes a lot of sense. So talk to me, now the competition's over, how much are you able to peel back the curtain and talk about some of we talked about Groom Lake, which we talked about it being like a network analysis challenge.
Well, I can pull up my notes. I don't have all the
I understand
vulnerabilities
to know it all off the top of your head would be very impressive.
But we had 3 services. They were written in 3 different languages. I think one of them was in Python, one was in Java, and one was in Ruby.
Okay.
And participants had to, patch and review all of them. I think 2 of them were web services, and one of those was a TCP, like a plain TCP server. So they had to use Netcat or similar tool to connect to it. The sighting wire was kind of like so the theme for these challenges was we're in Nevada. So there's Area 51. What is that?
Area 51.
Area 51.
Correct, yeah.
There's a lot of like nuclear facilities and in this area, and so the theme was like nuclear energy, nuclear power, and aliens.
Of course.
So, sighting wire was a portal where users could, I guess, like submit sightings of UFOs.
Okay.
But it was just randomly generated memes. Reactor Forge was a CI/CD pipeline for, I guess nuclear facility software, and then Groom Lake was a mainframe kind of service that simulates a mainframe. And so they're all written in different languages, all using different technologies. Some of them had databases, some of them had message queues, Redis servers, a lot of different technologies. And vulnerabilities ranged from something very basic where there's a hard-coded password that, like a backdoor that you could use to log in as any user and steal anybody's data, and so they had to find those and delete those. There was SQL injection, there was indirect IDOR, so insecure direct object reference. All kinds of things. Command injection. I think there were even a few cryptography kind of challenges where there were some I think there was like a vulnerable implementation of a hashing algorithm. That you could reverse engineer and use to your advantage.
Very cool. So, let's talk about Reactor Forge and the implementation of a CI/CD pipeline. Is that something where they were able to submit something to that pipeline in an attempt to make one of the midpoint services in the pipeline fall over, or what sort of thing would they be looking for there?
I think so. Let me take a look at the exact list.
Well, you could have lied to me. I would have accepted it.
Well, that's one of my flaws. Is that my team hates me for it because I'm like the actually person.
Well, I think that's how you end up with this job, though, isn't it? When you are the actually.
Yeah, like I respect nuance too much, and I can't not.
Specificity matters, especially in this industry.
Yep.
Yeah.
in my phone.
Well, that's how you avoid, off by one errors and syntactic sugar mistakes.
All right, let's see. Why is it not loading?
Well, it's okay. We don't have to talk about that one. So, again, with you mentioned different types of cryptography, and I'll be honest. When I saw all the different memes being generated, I was like, oh no, are we going to see embedded? You're going to see embedded challenges in them or things like that, and so it that sort of thing always makes me excited to see all of the different opportunities. And we talked about this with the Hack the Box guys. That one of the things that they try really hard not to do is leave breadcrumbs down false trails.
Yep.
Because and I think I'm stealing it from them that you don't have to try and trick someone, they'll do it to themselves, right?
Yep.
And if the challenge is hard enough, do you follow a similar approach, or do you leaving a stubby function that looks like it might be vulnerable but isn't?
It depends on the context. I mean, I think in a lot of cases we prefer not to do that because I think the only thing it does is just annoys the participants. It makes them feel like they're on the right track. They put in so much effort, and then it turns out it was just a red herring. And so we try to make challenges difficult by making them realistic, maybe making them have different steps, but making them natural difficult instead of just trying to make them confusing, obfuscated.
Right.
To kind of
that was one of my biggest frustrations. I felt like there was a point. When I was participating in CTF competitions, in the DEF CON qualifiers and things like that, I felt like a number of them were more about obscurity than necessarily about practical hacking skill. And it sounds like both you and Hack the Box have expressed a deep preference for keeping it to... It's okay if we've layered challenges, and so the Swiss cheese combination makes it very hard to wiggle all the way through. But that individually, you're not trying to confuse, you're not trying to trick. There are no honeypots.
Yeah. So, for example, steganography. It's one of those categories that's very controversial. I mean, some people love steganography challenges. We personally don't. Well, I guess. Actually, there are different definitions of steganography.
Of course, yeah.
But so usually what the solution comes down to is you just try 100 different things until you stumble upon the right solution randomly. There's often no particular kind of method or approach. You just literally have to try every single thing.
No, I agree. And fuzzing is kind of an art rather than a science, because there's some people who just have an instinct for how to do it effectively, and then a different person using even the same engine could take days or weeks to accomplish the same thing.
Well, and so in particular in steganography, that's why we don't really like that category.
Right.
Just because there's no path. It can sometimes feel random whether you got the answer or not, and it's not very indicative of your skills.
Of skill. Okay. And so it sounds like you have a heavy preference for ensuring skill when you do that. That makes me, again, as a competitor or a recovering competitor, might be the right way to describe it. I think that everything we can do to eliminate the randomness factor, and there will always be some RNG luck. That you started fuzzing with A's or you started fuzzing with Z's and worked your way back. Sometimes you get lucky on those things, but. What other sorts of things do you do as you... actually, you know what? I want to circle back, because we were talking about this earlier. We kind of ran out of time. I was thinking about if you were advising someone to get ready for a Faust attack and defend style challenge like this. How would you advise them to prepare?
Yeah, I mean, I think the approach is very similar to Jeopardy style CTFs, and I think that the best way you can get better is by practicing. And so a lot of competitions have published their challenges from previous events online. There are a lot of competitions happening at any point in time. And attack and defense, I mean, even though the general idea is, it's consistent across different events, all the different competitions have slightly different scoring formulas, have slightly different weights, like algorithms. And so all the competitions, or the way you connect to the systems, the way you patch the systems, whether the patches that you make are public or not, and so forth. But I think, the best way you can get better is practice.
So,
and I don't,
It sounds to me like what you're saying is there will always be a attacking the game component. That's the rules part, the scoring part. But it feels like there's also the how do you prep for compromising a service, patching a service.
Yep.
And it seems to me like that's something that there are a lot of challenges out there on the various, where you download a VM, hammer away at a service, and then to use a basketball term, switch sides and run it back, where you now like, okay, which function, let's start tracing that. Which function was that? Which function call actually, gave me my bug? Where are my crash dumps to take a look at, and things like that.
Yep.
And then, so even in the case of a CTF that's written not necessarily to be a patching challenge, it doesn't mean you can't.
Yeah.
Right? Because the files are there.
Well, and also as you're participating in these events, I mean, I don't think you can expect to do really well in your first event, and even in the first few times you participate in attack and defense. And so, but every single time you participate, you're going to get better, and you're going to get a better understanding of like all the different rules and all the different kind of mechanics and where to prioritize your time and what to do. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to practice.
It's a great point. One of the things that I feel I was really lucky with is that I was in a competition team where there were wildly divergent skill levels. And so as a result, for me, who was relatively new, and by relatively I mean 6 months into cybersecurity as a career, I got the opportunity to learn from people who'd been doing this for 15, 20 years, and their day-to-day job was writing OODA exploits. And I don't think that that's always an opportunity if you're at a university, for example. There's going to be there's going to be a much smaller delta in skill. And I think that's where the mentorship comes in. What other ways have you seen? I guess AI changes some of those things too. And you have rules about how they use AI in your competition, right?
Yeah, I mean, CTFs are a very versatile competition format. Our customers use it for training, for upskilling, for recruiting, and like skills assessments. Some of them use it for marketing. I mean, it's a very versatile platform. And so whether or not we allow AI use or disallow it usually depends on what is the use case of the competition, and also how well can we enforce the rules. Because we can say that you can't use AI, but if the competition is happening virtually, there's no way for us to enforce whether or not you use it. And so the only people who benefit from this rule are the people who are cheating.
Right.
And so that's why actually in a lot of competitions, even though it does make our life a lot more difficult, we do allow the use of AI simply because we can't enforce the rule. And so because we're trying to make sure, I think our priority is always fairness and just making sure that, you
disincentivize cheating by
through other means.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Tell the truth. Do you do any AI poisoning?
I mean, yeah.
You feed wrong answers to some of your challenges?
So sometimes we do. I think we've tried a bunch of different techniques. I don't want to reveal.
Of course, no, I wouldn't want to know. That's right.
But also personally, I think it's a little bit of a losing battle, because I think AI is going to get better and better and better. And so I think the solution to kind of, I mean, a lot of people say that CTFs are dead because of, I mean, I think there's definitely truth to that sentiment, but I think there's also, I mean, I like to approach it from more, it's an opportunity versus a like a negative.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Like, to say that CTF is dead because of AI, I mean, it might be in terms of wins and losses, but if you're talking in terms of developing skill,
well,
can any kind of training ever be dead? I mean, like, I suppose I could hook up a winch to a bench press and say, I bench press 2,200 pounds, but I don't know that that's going to benefit me much.
I think the difficult part is that, the way the industry is moving is that you're going to be expected to use AI, increasingly in your job, and so forbidding AI in competitions, in some cases, I mean, I don't think it's true right now, but in some cases, it does kind of technically kind of step away from the reality a little bit, and so CTFs are becoming a little bit more, if you forbid AI, it's becoming more like an academic math Olympiad versus like a hands-on practical cybersecurity skills challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this conversation with educational institutions that I tell them that if you're thinking to disallow students from using AI, you're doing them a disservice, because it is going to be a part of their world going forward, the same way the calculators are today. But that if you want, and I'm going to use a school example, but if you want to see if a child can write an essay, then hand them a piece of paper and ask them an essay question and grade it. There, on the spot, short one. and then let them use AI to maybe take on that same challenge at home and see the difference or something like that. And I think what you're saying is, to that same point, is that's what you're trying to do here, is say, like, all right, AI is here to stay.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, so I mean, in that sense, the traditional way we've been running CTFs, I mean, if we allow the use of AI, we can't really keep that going, because it does make the competitions, very, very easy to solve. And so the way we're approaching it is we're trying to think of different competition formats. We're trying to change the incentives a little bit. I mean, it might make the competition less appealing to professionals like CTF players, but it does make it more appealing to beginners.
Okay.
Or we might change how we award prizes and things like that, or just have completely different competition formats that are very different from Jeopardy and Attack and Defense, where you have to use AI.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. I'm gonna have to chew on that one for a little bit. Well, let's pivot back to the scoreboards. You're not going to do the team reveal until the competition is final.
Yeah.
And so there'll be the announcement on the stage of which teams.
We're going to announce the winners. We have a few prizes. We're going to award them challenge coins.
Excellent.
And I think we mentioned the prizes before, but the top team will get to pick which charity kind of the prize pot is going to go towards.
I'll admit, I really enjoyed my time talking with the different charities, and I'm kind of hoping for a 4-way tie. But based on where we saw the scoreboard, I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, I think.
But you could put your thumb on the scale. I wouldn't tell.
It's true. I think the rest of the money is going to be split across the charities too. So everyone's going to come away with.
I think they'll all be winners today. Well, Roman, thank you so much for your time. I've really enjoyed the chance to chat with you both here and behind the scenes.
Yep.
And I'm excited to see the final performance and see how this turns out. So with that, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will talk to Hack the Box and get their final scores. Welcome back once again to the HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. I am joined by the indomitable Panos from Hack the Box. And we are really excited to get to talk to you about kind of how the final stage of the competition is shaping up. So, Panos, I don't know that I actually did a great job of asking you about this earlier, but this competition is a 1v1v. How many more times do I need to say that?
4 times for the first semifinal and 3 for the second one.
Okay. And so it was kind of a King of the Hill type competition.
Kind of, yes.
Whoever got the most points advanced into the final, which is what we're seeing right now.
Correct.
And so now we have 3 competitors in the final.
4 competitors.
4 competitors, like I said, in the final. And what's our scoreboard looking like right now? Don't say the team names, but
right now it's super competitive because we have the first place at 10 out of 14 flags, and second and third place is a tie for 9 out of 14 flags.
Out of 14 flags.
So anyone can win at that point.
We
still have 16 minutes to go.
So we have 16 minutes left to go. I mean, we're coming into the next to last turn if this were horse racing.
Yeah.
They're neck and neck. So talk to me a little bit about what style of challenge this is. What types of questions are they getting asked? What categories?
Okay, so since this was the final and this was for the winners, I thought about spicing up the challenges a little bit. So I added some new categories. So I added the AI category and machine learning. Let me check really quick to see if anyone has solved it yet. Yes, second place has solved it. Give me a second.
So when we talk about an AI challenge like this or a machine learning challenge like this, what does that look like in a competition?
Usually some kind of prompt injection.
Prompt injection?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you're trying to get the AI to either do something it's not supposed to do or break out of something.
Yes, correct.
Are we looking for it actually doing a callback or giving you information outside of its defined parameters?
It depends widely on the category. We have like a whole pack in our marketplace full of different AI challenges that do different things.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I've seen some of those posted on Reddit. It's like, hey, if you ever want to use free Claude tokens, you can go to this. There was one for a while there. There was
it was the customer support for.
It was car dealership in like Poughkeepsie, Illinois, or something like that. You could get free Claude tokens by just.
I think it was also some hire company like. I don't know. I will not say the name of the company, but like a big company that also
it happens.
Had public cloud access. Or ChatGPT Pro, whatever,
Yep. Well, I mean,
And I also added what we call pawn challenges, which is essentially binary exploitation.
Okay.
So for most people, it's a category they hate, including me.
So
but for
ironically, my background was reverse engineering, so that was my jam.
I think that's. Pawn and reverse engineering, I think, was much popular some years back compared to kids that are just growing up now.
Well, thanks for pointing that out.
I think I'm 35 as well, so I'm close. It's not that I'm that much
you're right.
older.
It was a much bigger area of focus, and I think that just kind of speaks to. I mean, goodness gracious! Like, when's the last time somebody installed Microsoft Office locally?
That's
it's all web-based now. So
that's right, and
it
I
makes
think
sense that challenges would follow.
Also, like 15 years ago, I think all the different binaries you could download was much more easily crackable than.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a really good point. Yeah, so some binary exploitation. What kinds? When we talk about binary exploitation, are we talking about you want them to reverse engineer it and like maybe?
Yes. So we have the reversing category, which is just the reverse engineering. You reach the part of the code that it's supposed to be the really valuable stuff. So you find the flag in that place.
Okay.
And the pawn usually has a live instance as well that you have to launch this, let's say, buffer of it, so it gets that specific service that it's running on port.
Or maybe like rewrite a function so that you can end up in a different branch of code which is currently patched out or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great. What other categories do we have for this?
So the other we have web challenges, which is one of the most popular categories that everybody at that moment has done really well on. We have the forensics challenges, which the top 3 teams have all managed to get 6 out of 6.
So when you talk forensics, let's talk about that because it's kind of a broad, it's a very broad umbrella.
It's a very broad category. I think that's the main issue when you're trying to do like a blue team contest, because when we're talking about offensive stuff, it gets super specific. Like we have the difference between inversing and pawn. We just discussed. Like, and you have web, and you have all this different stuff, and you have different categories, right? But when you talk about forensics, you can have like analyzing a malicious document. You can have analyzing a log. I think it would be more fair to split forensics into like log analysis and
I agree with
malware
you.
analysis.
I agree with that. You like disk forensics. Memory forensics. And actually, one of the underappreciated ones, I think a lot of the network should be called network forensics because that's
they
really
should
what
be
it
because
is.
when you get asked, as well, like what kind of blue stuff you got, you're forced to say we have forensic challenges, but it's not a single category. Yeah, we should otherwise say brands, all the offensive. No. But at the same time, it was like imagine rebranding all the offensive stuff under the umbrella of exploitation.
Right.
Something like that.
Right.
So
and you're right. It's because there's a million different types of exploitation.
But we say all the very different attack stuff.
Right.
And you have like cloud.
I'm glad we do that.
You have cloud and web, which a lot of times are pretty similar, right?
Right.
But
you still very different.
Yeah.
Well, because some of the cloud things are very, almost more like exploitation, really.
Yes, true. But a lot of the times you just follow the same procedure. You try to identify the services, and then you do some research. Even, I guess, if you take someone that was really good at web from like 2014, 15, and you get him into the time machine to today, and have him solve like most of the cloud challenges, he would do heavy research, but he would still manage to.
I agree with that.
It's kind of the same family, I think. For most of the stuff, there are some very specific cloud stuff that it's something between web and kind of infra in a way, right?
Which makes sense. Yeah. I mean, what sorts of things are you dealing with? Ports and services, and it's a little bit more complicated to get to them. And
understanding the technology, trying to
and the infrastructure too.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point. Any other categories we haven't talked about?
I think that covers it. We had some open source intelligence challenges on the previous round, on the semi-final rounds, but
I think eliminating that for the finals makes a lot of sense. OSINT is a great place to start.
Yeah. It's a great also if you want to introduce somebody to how can standing in the computer and trying to hack stuff, how can it be fun,
Yeah, absolutely.
And you get to play detective with OSINT, and you feel like
that's such a good point. The detective part of it is that something I've talked about a lot is that ultimately at its core, every one of these challenges is an analysis challenge.
Yes.
And I don't remember if we were talking about this, but my background was originally chemistry.
I was a nuclear
chemist,
about it.
so you can see the natural career progression.
Yeah.
But what I've said for years is analysis is analysis. And so just because I was learning how to take a look at different chemical markers and determine the function of a system, it actually did prepare me to look at network logs and make a determination about, is host down, or is it the router that's the problem, or is it a routing rule, or is it a firewall rule, or something like that? Because you're doing the same kind of analysis. When you understand the behavior of the system, and you have these different markers of that behavior, it's at that point it's just all analysis.
I was also talking about. I remember when I first started being a penetration tester. I remember like a mini fight that I had with my math teacher. That sometimes you said you didn't solve the category of this exercise. You solved this specific exercise because the answer you found, it's very specific to the numbers that are used in these specific exercises. And that's not the best for school, but I think it's very closely describes what hacking is, right? You have something that works a certain way, and you don't care about the intended way, and you try to find the way that the correct input can make it break.
Yes, I think you're exactly right. I mean, and really, if that is, what else is that if not the scientific method, right?
Yeah.
You are saying, based on my understanding of this system, I hypothesize that a programmer would have implemented this security function in this manner.
Yes.
And if they did, this is my test, this is my experiment. My experiment is, if they did that, this input will result in that output.
This is essentially what it is for most of the stuff.
I think you're exactly right. And I do think it's why you see someone who may, we can call all these different disciplines very, very different, but people who are successful at OSINT when they learn the analytical, scientific logic for how you address these problems, that does prepare them to move into maybe forensics challenges or something else, because they've figured out how to understand how a system works, test that system, and find what's funky.
It's nothing new. Even if you talk to like my mother, that has no idea about it. She loves Sudoku. She loves solving crossword. She loves solving riddles, and everybody, it's the same kind of stuff, because a lot of people don't understand how can this be fun. And you're playing puzzle games since you were born until you die, but it's another form of puzzle game. And if you're lucky enough to have that kind of job, you get to play puzzle games for a living, right?
That's right, yeah.
And I'm not talking about CTF, I'm talking about penetration testing, whatever.
Yeah, and that's kind of the joy for me of being an analyst, is you get to see this like incomplete picture, and then you fill in your numbers, and then you're like, aha, that's a complete block.
Imagine you're doing incident response, right? You get to play, you are like in CSI or whatever. Like, this company calls me to find out who robbed them. Like, if you're not Sherlock Holmes or a private investigator, that's the only other way that you can do it.
Completely. And I actually have a friend of mine who does actual CSI work, and she says, it's not as much like that as what you do is like that, because we were having this conversation, and yeah, like you're exactly right, because they're not guaranteed a complete picture. We are.
Yeah.
That is one of the things that early on in my journey in binary exploitation was, listen, because the instruction must have happened in the CPU, there must be evidence somewhere. Whereas with a forensics expert, it could have rained.
Yeah.
And we get a more complete picture, I think, than perhaps some people in the real world in forensics. So.
Yeah, I also heard that also the computer guys in CSI and that kind of stuff has been a bad reputation when it comes to jury cases, because they think that if the computer guy cannot find it, that means the person is not guilty. But at the same time, you can always wipe wipe whatever, right?
Right. Yep. So. No. Although my favorite episode of CSI is when they have two people, when they're getting hacked and two people
yes,
on one keyboard.
That's the favorite thing. Is it the same episode where they say, I'm gonna be the GUI in Visual Basic?
I don't remember, but my favorite part is when he unplugs the monitor to stop the hack. So,
really?
Yes.
I haven't seen that one.
Well, Panos, I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed having you come join us. We're coming right up on the final score. We'll take a look. How close are we right now?
And there was an upset, and second place is now first place.
Second place is overtaken. That's so exciting. Well, Panos, again, thank you so much. A big thank you to Hack the Box for everything you've done to make this possible.
It was very nice. I'm very impressed with what you did here.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's been a really great time. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and hear a little bit about our sponsors.
When I first came into WiCyS, I'm not gonna lie, like I was really discouraged. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, where I wanted to go. And I feel like since being a part of WiCyS, I've gotten a really good sense of direction, and it's just helped me progress. And I'm excited to see what's next with my career and where I go. And I want to keep coming to the conferences, meeting new people, and building those connections.
This is something I love. It's a passion for me. This is a community where everyone gets involved and where we lift everyone, and then together we are stronger.
This is a sisterhood for me. It's a community where I feel that I belong, and I have a great support for all the members of the conference, and so everybody should have the same opportunity.
Join WiCyS, follow their page. They have so many resources, so many sessions going on throughout the year. WiCyS is definitely one of the reasons that I am who I am today.
(2001) Dial-up still dominated. CDs gave way to MP3s. Boy bands were everywhere. We realized the internet was here to stay, and with it, the need for cybersecurity, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance was born. Fast forward to today.
Everything is so interconnected today, but at the end of it all is trust. You have to trust the systems and the different ways that you are interacting and engaging with other people.
Cybersecurity is more complex than ever before, and it touches everyone's lives. And it can be really hard for just the general public to find resources on how they can stay safe online.
Creating a secure internet is a group effort. It takes more than a village. It takes an alliance comprised of government experts, industry leaders, and leading executives across brands and companies.
We should expect that companies that we trust are going to tell us how to keep the bad guys out, because that's the partnership we need to see.
It's really important for companies to support nonprofits like the NCA, helping people really secure themselves in the ever-evolving cyber threat landscape.
From families to Fortune 500s, we build partnerships to foster a greater digital good and advocate for a safer use of technology, so all Americans can experience the benefits of technology while reducing its risks.
It's digestible for my mom, my grandmother, my daughter. Everybody can understand this information because everyone needs a network that is actually taking action to make America and the world a safer place.
As the U.S. celebrates America 250, we proudly mark 25 years of keeping Americans safe online. The National Cybersecurity Alliance, empowering a more secure, interconnected world.
Welcome back once again to the legendary HyperX Arena here at the Luxor in Las Vegas for the US CyberCon. We're looking over the arena where the final stage of the Hack the Box competition is taking place right now. I just want to take a moment as we're nearing the final minutes of this competition to acknowledge the sponsors who made this possible today. You've seen many of them already today. We've seen Hack the Box up here. I was just talking to Panos. I can't tell you how excellent the level of effort that their team, you saw Panos, you heard me talk to Nick and Thanos as well. They're just a wonderful group of guys who are working incredibly hard behind the scenes to make sure that the participants have such a great experience as they go through it. So they're powering the CTF Showdown and the SOC Showdown. They help develop, and obviously what they're doing, you heard the passion that Panos was talking about how they can build practical cyber skills in a high pressure but low consequence environment that enables the participants to be ready to enter the workforce and to upskill themselves if they're already members of the workforce. The second one that I have to mention, obviously, is Skillbit. We heard from Roman numerous times. We heard about how they're building the capture and defense. I happen to know that they're supporting the CTF for the Blue Team Village over at DEF CON, the Red Team Village over at DEF CON, others as well that I don't remember all of them. I think they're involved in the Noob Village as well. They work incredibly hard. This is kind of their Super Bowl weekend rolling into this, and we're really grateful that they took the time to support this, help develop the people who are participating, and give them an opportunity to upskill and be ready to enter the workforce as real power users. The Skillbit specifically powered the Faust attack and defense part of the competition that was in use today. Another one that has to be mentioned, you saw me talk to Jessica from WiCyS, Cat's Eye, Play Cyber. She's the producer of the US Cyber Games, the producer of WiCyS, and the producer of US CyberCon. Cat's Eye and Play Cyber with Jessica and Bradley and the team here behind the scenes that make all of this flow so smoothly for all of us. We're incredibly grateful for their effort. And of course, last but not least, we have Team Simru. They're a threat intelligence company, and their dedication, it's really worth mentioning. They're not a competition team. They're not a company who is putting forth their product as they sponsor us. They're just doing this because they believe in it. And we're really grateful for the effort, the time, and the commitment that they've made to the US Cyber Games, US CyberCon, and the idea of hands-on practical learning in general. So with that said, We are now minutes away from the final score. You can see people gathered around looking at the competitors, looking over their shoulders as they get ready to put in those last couple of flags. In the discussion with Panos just a minute ago, you may recall that first and second place are within one flag of each other right now, and third place nipping at their heels with I think only one more flag behind that. So a really exciting end to the game. So with that, this is my big sign off. Thank you all for joining me. I had a great time, and hopefully we get to see you again next year.
All right, everyone, as we wrap today up at the US Cyber Games, there's been so many teams working so hard. I'm very excited because now we get to declare winners. Panos, let's get up here and let's give some gifts away. So, I'm going to ask a quick question. How do you feel like today went?
I think it went better than expected. I was prepared for a disaster to happen.
Yeah, well, I think that's the world we live in, right? We're always prepared for disasters, and then we remain optimistic, which we established earlier, right?
That's the whole...
All right, let's give some awards away.
Yeah.
Stage is yours, sir.
So, for the third place, it's Alex. And Alex... I want to say the top 3 places were very much close, right? It was anyone's game, so Alex wins an annual VIP subscription for our platform. Congratulations, Alex.
And just, again, a quick shout out to Hack in the Box. They're giving away some amazing gifts to all of the participants and winners today. So thank you again. And then we're going to bring up Roman afterwards to talk about the rest of the challenges. Yep.
And at second place, it's Michelle. Congratulations. So at second place, you win a silver annual subscription, and that includes an exam voucher for our entry certification. So congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
And at first place, it's Malware Chris. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
And you get to win a gold annual subscription, which also includes access to our premium certifications with AI and the advanced Active Directory stuff.
I'll get the most out of it. Don't worry.
Good.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
Awesome competition. Again, thank you so much for the sponsorship.
Thanks for having us here. The whole show was amazing.
It's amazing. Stay up on stage, though. Oh, and then a quick announcement. At the end, no one leave. We'd like to get everyone up on the stage so we can take a picture and complete the day here at the US Cyber Games. So don't run out of the room just yet. All right, Roman, are we ready? All right. Roman also has some amazing giveaways, and I'm not going to reveal, but one of which I would like, but I didn't participate in the competition, so I'm out.
Yep, thank you. So, thank you everybody who participated in the attack and defense competition. We had 4 teams. We had some teams who came from pretty far away. I'm going to announce third, second, and first, and then first place, please come up to the stage for a quick photo. And then, yeah, Jess.
Let me go ahead and do prizes first so we know, because I know there's going to be some hooting and hollering. So the first place team, so we've raised $1,500 for the prize pot today. And so the first place team, whenever he announces it, will receive $765 donation, which is pretty cool. And then what we've done for the rest is the remainder of the dollars is actually going to be split by the remaining 3 teams, because you guys put in a ton of effort. So even if you don't win first place, you're going to walk away with $300 for your charity. So now you can talk about who won.
Yep. All right, so in third place, we have team No Mo Waymo from Gold Star Gamers. Congratulations. Andreas, Chris, Jedi, and E. All right, in second place, we have team USSR Cyber Communists. Gabriel, Irene, Kyle, Nori, Sebastian, and Pat. And actually, all of you are going to get a Titan security key. So please, here.
So come on up.
Yeah, come on. You can come on up, or you can come to the front of the stage. All right, it's up to you. Here you go. This is for the team. Congratulations. There are 6 of them here. All right. And here, you can take this as well. All right. And finally, in first place, we have team USF Cyberford from University of South Florida. Fagan, Jackson, June, Mohammed, Nathan, and Nathan. Congratulations. Please come up. So you all are going to get a challenge coin from us. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're also going to get, I think, a voucher from, well,
and also an annual VIP Plus voucher for Hackathons.
And you're going to get access to our platform as well, a year access. Here you go. All right. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Yeah, and so the winning team's prize money is going to go to WiCyS Cyber. Yeah. Congratulations. So I'll turn it over back to.
Bring it. All right, if we could have all participants, coaches, and mentors up on the stage, we'd like to get a big picture, and then we're going to complete the day, wrap up, and then we'll all get out of here and be able to eat finally, and it'll be a great time tonight. But again, I just wanted to say that walking into this room, I felt so much energy. I hope that you guys feel it too, and I am so looking forward to each and every one of your careers in cyber. At Rick DeCrypts on X, on LinkedIn, if you ever need anything, hit me up. Happy to help you in any way that I can. So thank you guys for participating, and thank you for jumping into cyber.
Thank you, Rick. We really appreciate you emceeing today, and for Pete doing the casting, Brad, Jen, Christie, everybody who contributed for making today happen. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, the live stream crew that's been backstage that no one's seen all day
production,
working.
yeah, graphics, everybody.
Oh, yep.
Squeeze
you guys
in.
coming up? Come on. Look at that was easy enough.
We're tough. I get to go with
You guys are up front though. We're in the back.
We're in the photo. Get in. Squeeze on in. Hey guys, make some room. Make some room.